and the Buganda anthem. After that, we shall have an opening prayer. After having a prayer, then we shall have an opening welcome from the chair of the session. The chair will invite the dean to welcome us and give her remarks, brief remarks. Then after that, we shall have the first presenter. And as the program may continue reading, but for the time being, so far, that is what we are going to follow. I'm made to understand that the dean is soon in, and immediately she comes in, we shall begin. But meantime, what is being projected is all what Nkumba fraternity is. Feel free as we continue today to be in Nkumba and get the best of what you want in as far as whatever you feel like asking and so on and so forth. I thank you and you are most welcome.
Thank you so much, our distinguished participants. Welcome to Nkumba. In the meantime, as we are waiting for the Dean of the School of Education, we would like you to make reflections on the topics which we have today. I don't know whether you have the program. If you don't, I can raise a number of them. Why am I raising this? Because you need to see whether your expectations in this workshop will be met. So our major theme is learn, unlearn, and relearn. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Okay? With the passage of time, sometimes when you get an opportunity like this one, you come and learn something. And sometimes you unlearn. I'm somebody who was building one time, and I had a plan for the house which I was building, but midway, somewhere towards completion, they told me, break this wall. You know how hard it is to break a wall? You've spent money, you've spent energy, you have spent time, and they say break it because you need to redesign it in this way. So when we are learning, sometimes we are breaking even what we've learned. It may be painful. Some of you may find it very difficult to get out of what you already know and you think you know it that way, but sometimes we may have to break some walls to erect new ones and sometimes fit in the modern society. You can see with COVID, we are now talking of the new normal. I don't know whether it is a normal. Personally, I have disagreed. It is a new abnormal to me, but the jargon they pick is new normal. So, but there is something new, okay? Every time, every passage of time. So learn, unlearn, and relearn, okay? We shall have major topics in this workshop. Basics in teacherhood. Basics in teacherhood is one of the topics, and the basics in administration. Make reflections on it, and see whether, as the presentations are going on, will your expectations be met? We shall have a topic, teamwork, the engine to to efficiency and effectiveness. Teamwork, the engine to effectiveness and efficiency. Perhaps out there you do teamwork. Does it contribute to achieving efficiency and effectiveness? Along the way, there will be a topic on inspiration before expiry. Are you an inspirer? Do you inspire the learners? Do you inspire the people you work with? Do you motivate them? There will be also a topic on capacity building for quality output. Then there is innovation for crisis management. There will be a topic on education and the Vision 2020. Vision 20, I think it should be 2030, because we are already after 2020. Education for sustainable development. The global agenda on development is focused on achieving the 17 goals of sustainable development. And education is one of the pillars of sustainable development. Do we conform? Do we have strategies that are leading towards the achievement of that goal? Make reflections about that. Are we teaching for sustainable development to contribute to the global development agenda, or we are teaching people to pass exams, and then when our grades in our schools are good, then we say, we celebrate. I've seen people celebrating on TV. They have done very well. And I don't know the quality measure for that, whether it is grades that matter if we are to produce a society that will compete favorably in the global development agenda. Facilitator-student relationship. What are the relationships between you, sometimes as facilitators, and those who are before you to learn from you? Is that relationship cordial? Is that relationship where students look at you as an oppressor, somebody who is always there wielding a stick all the time, creating panic, creating fear, being aggressive and coercive, not being able to have the learners believing in you by other persuasive, by other convictions that make the learning environment a healthy learning environment. ICT in enhancing education. I may not mention a number of them, but these are very key. These are key among others that will come along the way. And you can see the program is quite loaded. And I believe by the end of the day, you'll not go as you came. Something will be imparted in you, and it will change how you manage the education business wherever you are. Once again, you are welcome. So make reflections on what we are going to go through. And whenever one comes into such a session, such workshops, you come with expectations. These topics which have been framed, will they add value to you? In teaching, This is where we don't normally seek value. You'll hear like now in agriculture, people are talking of the value chain. Value chain. So even us as teachers, are we having an aspect of value chain addition along our career, in our career? So to me, as me, I'm already raising my expectation. Am I seeing a value chain addition in what I am? What about you? Thank you. I believe at this juncture, each one of you has expectations. Kindly, I request you to pass the expectations so that as the presentations are going on, we ensure that we meet your expectations. Probably, as you speak, as you give us your expectation, give us your name by way of introduction and the school you come from and your expectation. Can I begin with you?
Thank you very much. My name is Sempira Richard. I come from King Solomon's College in Chatega. It is in Chegegwa district. That's where I've come from. I'm a head teacher in King Solomon's College, and I'm the vice chairperson, Ashu Chegegwa. As people of Chegegwa, for us, we expect to improve on the way we teach and on the way we manage our schools there. So I'm very expectant to hear how we can work along that line, and then probably a relationship between schools within our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Sempira. That is his expectation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lawrence Wamala from SeminarLearn SS. My expectation from this workshop is, how will I improve my student-teacher relationships? And the very many topics that have been talked about, I expect to improve in each and every area that has been pointed out. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Henry Sebudiba Mayengo, and I come from Chilimapela. My expectations from this seminar, from this workshop, I expect to acquire more knowledge on how to become a better teacher at our school. Thank you.
Okay. And good morning, members present. My name is Odoi Nyemo Vicentius, a teacher of Najana Nkumbi Young Christian School, secondary section. I don't only teach, but I also do some administrative work. I'm the director of studies. So my expectation, I'm the director of studies. So my expectation is to acquire the basics that will help me handle the teamwork. And secondly, how to inspire my students and the teachers I work with before I expire. So I thank very much Kumba University for organizing such a workshop and for inviting me. Thank you very much. We are going to begin. I am going to invite you to your seat. Our Vice Chancellor, still not yet here, but he will be coming in any time. Our University Secretary, our Dean, School of Education, members of staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to Nkumba University. Right now, we are going to begin. As I informed you before, that we shall begin our program with the anthems, then the prayer, then the chair of the sessions welcome, and inviting our dean to welcome us officially. May I, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, request you to stand up and we begin officially. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we all raise stand. O Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give. And with neighbors all at our country's go in peace and friendship we live. O Uganda, the land that feeds us by sun and fertile soil of ground. For our own dear land, we shall always stand the part of African's crown. O kuvedane deryo da ine kwanga Uganda. Yamanyi wanyo ekwanga lya feo kweto Lorenzi zona. Twesimye nnyo olwa Buganda yaffe. Ekintiibwa kya Buganda kyava naffe tukikumenga. Nze nayimba ntya ne sitenda, Ssaabasajja Kabaka azanira vuga Buganda bwonna naffe nga tumwesiga. Twesimye nnyo chava Buganda Yavem Echindiwa Chabuganda Chava Dana Fe Tuchikumega. Let us pray. Almighty God, Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us together this morning. Thank you so much for the gift of life. And we thank you for the gift of this institution, Nkumba University. Father, we are gathered this morning and the whole of today to share what pertains to our profession and for the good of our country. We call upon your power to be with us, to enlighten us, so that whatever we shall discuss today brings our glory, brings the glory of our institution in Nkumba University and the glory of our motherland, Uganda. For this, we pray for God and our country. Amen. Get seated. Allow me now to invite the chair of this session to welcome our dean to open up the session.
Thank you, the organizer, the Vice Chancellor, the University Secretary, the Dean, the School of Education, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My job is very simple, but before I invite the Dean to make her opening remarks, there has been an adjustment in the program. The issues which I told you about, if you look at the sessions, you'll find them integrated. They have been condensed in broader topics, so don't feel that I gave you different fields of our workshop. They have been compressed in a bigger theme, so bear with us. You will find them and your expectations will be met. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this singular opportunity to invite the Dean, School of Education, Dr. Esther Namugumya, in our midst to give her opening remarks. Thank you.
I welcome you, members. I'm Dr. Esther Namugumya, a teacher. Okay, I'm a doctor and a teacher. I'm happy that you've managed to make it today. It is a lot that we have to share today. And the opening remarks indicate those people. We shall have them later, and I shall top up my communication later. So you are welcome to Nkumba University. Please feel at Nkumba. We have all the best that you would wish to have. We are human, and we are confident that we can satisfy all you'd expect from us. So feel at Nkumba. We are going to move in to the next session, and we shall have the would-be first session later on.
Thank you. the Dean, School of Education, Nkumba University. That has been welcome remarks to welcome you. We are taking cognizance of the fact that time is not on our side. That's why we are having short remarks. And now we proceed to have the first presentation, the traditional teacher. And this will be presented by none other than the seasoned teacher, very well experienced. He has gone through all levels of teaching. He is none other than Mr. Emmanuel Sewachirianga Chiwanuka. Welcome, Mr. Emmanuel Sewachirianga Chiwanuka.
I feel so rigged. I don't know where to start, you know. I see a lot of paraphernalia around. It looks a very different place. The faces, I know some of the faces, but my sight is on the way to retirement. But I'm so happy to stand before my kind, my kinsmen. For some funny reason, there are not so many women. We're a little differentiated. But I'm E.S. Kiwanuka, a teacher, about to share some of the beliefs I strongly hold. The basic one is that a teacher never gets old. That's why I've hesitated to retire. Retirement means you belong to another phase. But a teacher never gets old because of the type of diet teachers feed on. The menu is so compacted that it keeps your brains ticking. The legs and the chest may age, but the top of the human being ticks on. I give a peculiar title to my, it's not presentation, but to my few thoughts that I would like to share with you on teaching. Conventionally, I will give you the title. I hope you are not upset by it, but it means exactly what it says. And the title is Aphorisms, Truths, and Myths. Aphorisms, Truths, and Myths of teaching. These have kept me consoled, have kept me going, have kept me interested in the job I've done for so long, and yet I don't feel tired of it. Some of these, number one, learning. You cease to learn when you rejoin your Creator. From day one to the last day, you are learning. The moment you stop learning, we should invite the elders to say formal farewell because you cease to belong here. And we say, if that is a process, if it's lifelong, then it must be made more wholesomely rewarding to be worthwhile. You don't teach so that people get a job. You don't teach so that people find a spouse. But teaching is part and parcel of your destiny, learning. Learning and teaching are, although twins, they are not inseparable. And we urge that we promote a lot of learning without teaching. And a successful teacher, to me, promotes a lot of learning without him or her being present. We should be working ourselves out of jobs so that people can learn on their own. And keeping the learner interested in what you're teaching, it requires a lot of imagination, creativity, and innovation. These words will come again and again. Imagination, creativity, and innovation. That's the lifeline. You don't get old if your imagination is kept ticking, if creativity is live, and you're a person that is innovative. You look at life with a freshness that a person that is a non-innovative person has boredom as a substitute. We are, as teachers, meant to inculcate powers of analysis, analyze the issue. If you look back at the lessons you teach, whenever you remain high in the sky, whenever you don't come down on us, you are betraying your reputation as a teacher. Superficiality shows lack of confidence and knowledge. And in the good old days, that's where some cheeky pupils at the back would raise questions and ask areas that would tend to make the teacher, the ill-prepared teacher, a little nervous. Analysis. Do you analyze issues? Do you analyze what you're going to teach? Synthesis. It's no use just splitting, but you have to put together. And creativity. Please create. Please be creative. Let your pupils nickname you Mr. Creativity or Miss Creativity. We shall come to celebrate the joy of your professionalism. Teach these kids, they're not too young. These are processes that are human. Teach them to think. They will not feel headache when they think. To create, as we've been saying, to experiment. Experimenting means many times making mistakes and analyzing these mistakes and retracing the way backwards. Communicate. Now, this could be called Western, could be labeled, weaknesses are normally labeled and asking question does not belong to a tribe. Curiosity does not label you. But we should teach them to be curious. Ask why. Ask why not. Don't be upset if, as you come to the end of your lesson, a pupil put her hand up or his and asked you, Mr. Teacher, why, what was this lesson about? The average teacher would curse the learner, but I think it is perfectly legitimate. Somebody is telling you, thank you for you wasting our time because we have learned nothing. And you should thank and reward such pupils because they help you to sidetrack, come back online. Given the big titles we hold and the big table we have and the authority, can you imagine? You don't have to go far to imagine. Can you imagine that I alone am standing, apart from somebody standing on my behalf, holding the, so it makes you feel a bit pompous and big. Teachers are never big, are never pompous. Hire some of your students to bring you down. A teacher that is so high powered is not a teacher that is going to help pupils learn. A teacher that knows all the phrases there are in English, all the vocabulary items, unless he or she tones down, coming down to the level, we'll have no rapport. So we'll be teaching in the wilderness. Please, teachers, fellow teachers, calm down. There is a lot to be learned from that small, so-called stupid boy, always giving stupid answers, always absent-minded. Listen to the voice of wisdom. We get these pupils free of charge. They pay us. Let's listen to them. And when you listen, it used to happen, but nowadays, I think the fashion is changed. IT has changed many things. But it was not odd to see a teacher coming to teach with a notebook. When this grandson of mine answers a question, gives an answer that didn't occur to me, I say, that's very good. And I note it because he's teaching me. I'm adding to my weight, my name, to my knowledge. We are not above it all. We don't have it. Who has it? It takes a bit of humility to have a person with a PhD accepting that he or she doesn't know. But the teacher's job, you will learn more if you listen and listen to the free wisdom that is God sent. Listen to your pupils. When you give examples, real life influence, experiences are preferable. There was an epidemic, I think, brought during colonial times. It came with the teaching. Somebody brought a book bound, and we were blackmailed to think that all wisdom exists in that book. Whatever is outside the book is off the syllabus. I have a class here, the English language curriculum. And you look at the books, the curriculum. But there's nobody on us, no expert, no J.A. Bright can write what language you are going to teach your class, except yourself. Bright is long dead, famous English language teacher, but he's not teaching your class. You know your class. And therefore, it's imperative that you get to know your class and you are the designer. The admiration you have for your name. So these are people coming after the event. They come after you have taught. They can't teach for you. Inspectors cannot teach for you. You are the person that knows that class, that knows that although it is senior 4, they cannot handle the definite article the. Bright may have put that in P7. What am I saying? That you are blessed. You chose the right job. You have the leisure to know, establish what your clients need. And if you ever became my client, you would find another difference, that what Kiwanuka needs in English is not what this grandson of mine needs. We are in the same class, we are grouped the same. His needs in language are not my needs. But the two are in your class. Instead of facing the challenge, you go out to buy practical English. For what? For what? You know, you should compile. The job lies before you. Don't escape to West Africa to get a book to answer that problem. It's your job, it's your requirement. Face it. If we face it that way, our teaching will be more meaningful, more functional. The learners will see why they are studying what you teach them. And this will lead you to one of my heresies, that as you are here, I feel like I'm preaching. Preachers don't care about whether you slept well, whether you quarreled with your wife. The sermon is the same for everybody. But I would urge you, as colleagues of mine, free, liberated colleagues of mine, to meet the challenge of knowing your sons and daughters in your class, and knowing what is the exact problem Kiwanuka is facing in language, and then arranging to meet that student's requirements. The moment you teach a class as a class, you belong to the other generation. That a teacher, I've cracked this joke over the years, but it might sound familiar to you. During the highly puritanical times, when Puritanism was very high, and the church, the enthusiasts, when they preach in England, was in England. And people knew we are Puritans, we are pure, we keep Sunday holy. So from morning till night, when you come to church, it's the only thing you do on Sundays. So a famous preacher, full of puritanical enthusiasm, began preaching at 9 in a church and went on preaching. It came to 1 o'clock, he was preaching. 2 o'clock, he was preaching. 3 o'clock, it is a Sunday, it is God's day. So what are you going to do? Keep here, listen to the word. At 3 o'clock, he intoned, he required the congregation to say amen. And he intoned the prayer, he came to the end, there was no amen. He was up in the pulpit, the traditional pulpit. He said, what a congregation I have today. They can't even say amen. When he removed his glasses, the church was empty because people had left. I'm sure some of you are about to leave because of boredom. But please, I urge you, don't cause unnecessary boredom. In my good Catholic days, I used to say, pray, pray. But if I saw a student reading a novel in church as a priest is preaching, I would be interested in seeing the pupil looking at the novel if it's pornography, or looking at a novel. I say, well, at least this is not too bad. It is a sin, but at least you are bored with the mainstream, and you are turning to what is useful. What am I saying? Those kids we entrust you with are not pieces of wood. These are human beings, and your education psychology has told you they have feelings. They have feelings. But we, dealing with a group, you don't care about individuals. You teach a class. A class of what? They have feelings. This young man has problems in English language, which his neighbor doesn't have. Now I come in with all the enthusiasm and I say, do this exercise. This young man has no problem with the articles. And I insist. That is old-fashioned. That is military governance. In teaching, it is not, don't militarize a humane profession meant to nurture emotions, affiliations, interactions, relations. How much time? A teacher, which you and I are, we are a key challenge setter. And I'm tearful about being misunderstood. My mission, really, individualize your teaching. It is not a crowd. It's individuals you are teaching, human beings with a soul and a destiny, with interests. If you do not know the individuals in your class, there is a problem. You will say, I'm talking in terms of ideal teaching. But teaching is an ideal profession. It nurtures the soul, the brain of the human being. You can't take me for granted. My head is not like his headache. My ability is not. So it requires a lot more attention to the individual, respect to the individual, what he or she feels, what he or she has a problem with. That teaching is a companionship. If I don't like you, I'm as crude as that. I will tell you I don't like you, so that next time, please make me like you. If we have a long journey to walk, you better change your ways. Because if I see in you ugliness and treachery, how can I teach you? So he's whispering very loudly that I have missed the point. But it's because I feel at home with you. And I want to anoint my successors. The job you are doing is vital. Vital. Except nowadays, nowadays anything can happen. But in the good old days, a teacher goes on strike. What type of teacher is that? When you go on strike, who suffers most? Why are you punishing that small child? Because of the head teacher's behavior, because of your salary. That boy really is as simple, straightforward. Nurture his innocence by not shocking him. Treat him or her as a human being with potential to surpass herself or himself. Yours is a priestly function. If you are charging kitu kidogo from a student, from a pupil, then you're undermining the confidence of that child. That child is your son, is your daughter. Nurture him, nurture her. You will reap rewards not only in heaven, but on us. These are some of my fruits. And I'm proudly associated. I feel very warm when I feel very proud, but aim at that. Love them, assist them, don't teacher them. Some of us are too much of teacher. We are teachering instead of teaching. Teachering, when you see, what did I teach you? What did I? Come on, this is not a life sort of gosh, you taught me, yes. So what? But let's wait for a hug. Say, my dearest teacher, you taught me language. I had failed the preposition, but I managed it. I had written and that, the lifelong joy, the joy in heaven will be an extension of the joy from the classroom. I love you. I associate myself with your pains, with your joys. Please continue the struggle and let's share more views on teacherhood. I beg to stop here with apologies for not caring about time, but I thank you very much.
May I request that you give a thunderous clap to our speaker, our judge in education, Mr. Emmanuel Sewachirianga Chiwanuka. He didn't inform you he's among the senior teachers in the world. Mr. Chiwanuka, when did you begin to teach?
From my childhood.
From his childhood, he teaches, but as a professional teacher?
That's an ugly tag. When somebody says, I'm a professional teacher, why are you declaring?
Okay, a hand clap. Invite him to go and address from there.
Thank you very much. I said he's a seasonal teacher, and you can see how seasoned he is. Thank you very much, Chiwanuka Sewachirianga Emmanuel. If you have been listening ardently, at least you'll not miss to go with this. You are the teacher and you are the designer of your teaching. The inspector, the head teacher does not know. It is you to shape the learning, and you teach wholesomely. Learners are not homogeneous. When you find learners in class, you think they are the same. Each one comes with individual differences. Get to learn who your learners are and address their needs. Do not militarize a human profession. Don't be the chief commanders of your class. I am happy to learn that in this session, there are people I taught with. I personally even started teaching from down there. The lady over there, she can testify. Me, I'm a teacher who would be followed by students, even to the toilet. As I'm going to the toilet, students follow me. And people wonder, what kind of this? And at that time, I had a master's, and people would wonder, this teacher is not feeling pompous. He's down to us. Students can follow you. And my head teacher told me, you know, you have a master's. He offered to give you a class of senior one. I said, wow, that's great. I need to start from these ones and shape them so that they become what they are. Teaching is companionship. To read this human being, he has a potential. Comments among teachers, people who say, he's stupid, he can't do this. You can kill this person. Enthusiasm. This is what Professor Chiwanuka, nurture. Be creative. The demands, what I'm happy to learn, E.S. Chiwanuka calls this a traditional teacher. But you can see the traditionalism has not been lost. It has been extended to the modern teacher. The current times, the contemporary teaching, they want people who are creative, innovative, critical thinking. This is what are the demands of the teacher. Don't be that teacher who teaches mathematics and every time calculate. You are teaching sets. Sets is grouping or arranging in order, isn't it? A set of chairs which look like the same, you categorize them. A set of papers, files which look like the same, they become a set. Why all the time say calculate? Why not say group? Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to invite Madam Nakas Winfred. Madam Nakas Winfred is presenting she's presenting on integrative teaching and education and the vision 2030. You are most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, teachers. As we've been told, I'm Nalongo Nakazi Winfred. We are going to go through Uganda Vision 2030 and integrated teaching. Some of these issues, I'm just going to hint on them because other presenters will be elaborating. I thank you. So we are going to go through Uganda Vision 2030 and integrated teaching. In September 2015, United Nations member states adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Why sustainable development? Yes, all nations are striving hard to see that they develop, Uganda inclusive. But as we develop, are we minding about Mother Planet? Are we minding about the environment? It has been put on record that no other century, no other era has disturbed Mother Earth like ours. Therefore, as you ended that, that's why Uganda was among the first countries to integrate the agenda in its national planning framework, particularly through its second national development plan. Agenda 2030 presents Uganda with an opportunity to refocus its development agenda and address the bottlenecks that hamper development. What are those bottlenecks as teachers? What could be the bottlenecks? What could be the challenges? What could be the hindrances to development? There are so many. But basically, as teachers, we look at education. What are those itching issues that are stopping our children from performing, that are stopping the graduates from getting jobs? For example, right now, the nursery school teacher is crying. Who is concerned? The way she was trained, was she given other soft skills to help her survive? Her lockdown is still on. Who cares? Men have done odd jobs. Some are still struggling because of the bottlenecks. So in 2030, with the development agenda 2030, how does it relate with me and you? Agenda for sustainable development. It has so much for us. So UNESCO 2006 argues that there is no country that is better than the quality of its education system. I think you agree with it. And you know, education system that is better than you and me, because we are the ones that make it firm. That's why UNESCO says that because we are, the nation is. Can we say it in chorus? Yes, whatever is happening is because of me and you. So we have a great role to play. That's why the year 2015 was dedicated to education for sustainable development in all UN member states. So here at Nkumba, we had to redesign our courses to include sustainability. I happen to teach Luganda and CRE. In CRE, we had to come up with the courses like religion and science, religion and society, and other courses such that we could embrace sustainable practices. How does religion relate with science? Because scientists tend to think that religion is just a myth, but is it true? So we try to find out whether it is. In Uganda, I had to include in more courses and more competencies that can make my students become more creative and love their environment more. For example, we had to look at interpersonal skills because environment starts with me and you. We've been talking about the head, the heart, and the hand. But if the heart is so good, minding, appreciating what you've taught, if the heart is so good, appreciating the content that you taught, all you learned, without minding about the neighbor, that's That's why many of people cannot help someone in need. Some are so rich at the expense of the poor. So that's why sustainable development reminds us that as you develop, think of those that are not so well. For example, last Sunday, I had to share with my parish priest. He's in the process of constructing a new church. Then I challenged him that, sir, Reverend, it's very right that you make a very huge church for God. But when Jesus comes here, he's not going to thank you for the mighty church that you are constructing. He will ask you, have you minded about the suffering Christ? And who is the suffering Christ? Is the nursery school teacher. She stopped getting her salary in March, some even in December, but nobody is minding about her. Nobody. And in some schools, even other lower class teachers. Why? There is a school to pay so much to the teachers, 1M per teacher in primary. But what it did is that it pays those of P7 and P6 to teach whichever class that is enrolled on. Those others of P2, P3, they should wait until the total lockdown is lifted. Is that sustainable? Yes, when I asked her, she told me that that is a sustainable way of maintaining her staff because it is hard to start with that teacher who stopped getting salary in March. Is that Christ-like? Are we minding about those that are not so well? How will you bring her back after like a year or 2 years without any salary? Are we thinking about their children? Because they are unable to do that. So when we talk about sustainability, it includes many other things. So how can education help in realizing sustainable development? Yes, we've said that it's on record that our Mother Earth has been disturbed so much by our present situation. And a teacher is equally responsible. Why? Because you've said, because we are, the nation is. Have we given our learners the soft skills to preserve the environment? Are we helping our learners to appreciate? Are we helping our learners to water those flowers that we have in the compound when it's not a punishment? Are we harvesting all the water from the structures we have in the school and preserving it for future use? Are we minding about those that are a bit different? Are we minding about the children who are a bit more coming from a minority group than others? So that's why United Nations replaced Millennium Development Goals with the Sustainable Development Goals. I think as we are teachers, we know that Millennium Development Goals were to expire on the eve of 2015. And from 2015, UN embraced Sustainable Development Goals, which they call that they were very ambitious, because with the Millennium, there were just 8, and sustainable are 17 in number. Goal number 4 is more relevant to a teacher, but even other goals like goal number 1 to end poverty, then health are all very appropriate to the teacher. Since education is looked at as a solution to societal needs and challenges, that's why the ball is within our hands. We are the ones to drive this sustainable development. We are the ones to drive Uganda from the state where it is to a better state. It is such a mighty duty. Yes, this duty is so enormous for a teacher. For me and you, who were in a lockdown for some good time. And most schools did not organize counseling for teachers to refresh or to be helped to, in order to heal from the scratches that lockdown brought to us. That's why James chapter 3, verse 1 says that not many of us should become teachers. Not many of us should become teachers, because who teach shall be judged with greater strictness. Yes, that's why Mr. Chwanuka has said that as we teach, do we mind the children that are still grieving? Do we mind about children who are a bit different from others? Do we mind about those children that have dyslexia, whose spellings cannot be right? we shall be judged with greater strictness. The principles of sustainable development are in line with Uganda Vision 2040. Uganda Vision 2040 also is in the hands of the teachers. Uganda Vision 2040 provides, it states that it's to provide a development path and strategies to operationalize Uganda's vision statement, which is a transformed Ugandan society from peasant to a modern, prosperous country within 30 years. And this was approved by the cabinet in 2007. So me and you have a duty of turning Uganda from where it is now to a country that is prosperous, industrialized. Yes, so it aims at transforming Uganda from a predominantly peasantry and low-income country to a competitive upper middle-income country. So how does the education relate with this Vision 2040? As we earlier on said, that no country is better than the quality of its education system, and no education system that is better than the quality of its teachers. So teachers are mandated to see to it that we bring a change. We bring a mindset change in the learners by starting it ourselves. We shouldn't mourn and say that we are poor because I'm a nursery teacher, I'm not employed, I should sit down. No. Let us look for ways of how to survive. So one of the ways of addressing the 2040 vision is through the education curriculum change. Examinations have to be changed and instruction methods will have to be changed. And some of them have been already changed. We shall have to revise to suit the proposed changes in the education system, as well as being responsive to the market demands. That's why there are so many changes in the education system. And if a teacher doesn't come back to refresh, to relearn, she might be left out. In my language, we say that ananta ita ayimbankadde. Yes, if you don't visit other places, you end up singing the songs that were of so many years ago. Therefore, it is so important for a teacher to learn, relearn, and unlearn. For example, the following are the different curricula for different levels. Those curricula were changed to suit the Vision 2040. For secondary schools, I think you know very well that we have that reformed, which we are struggling with. For early childhood, there is the learning framework. Now this is, we have for 0 to 3. I think since we are teachers, we know that children start learning even when they are still in their mother's homes. Yes. So those parents that have time or take their children to daycare centers, there is a curriculum that those people are supposed to follow. Then 3 to 6, that is the nursery schools we know of. Then the thematic curriculum for lower primary, that is 6 to 8 years. Because they follow a particular theme for a period of time. A class has 12 themes and a term has 4 themes. Each theme has other sub-4 themes and life skills to accompany with and learning outcomes and objectives. Then we have the transition year. Why a transition year? It's because one of the bottlenecks we mentioned earlier in education is the language policy. When you read the government's white paper on education, there is a whole chapter, a whole policy on the language policy, whereby in lower primary, children are supposed to study using mother tongue, the area language, a familiar language. Yes. So if it is not used, children will be learning things that they don't understand. Just imagine, these children take a period of time learning their mother tongue. By the time they come to school, they are competent in their mother tongue. And when they come, we tell them that, oh, don't bring that, that isn't good. Speak like Tony, she's speaking English. And that one affects their development of the brain. It's like cooking sweet potatoes. You cook for some time and then you remove fire before it is ready. Will it ever? No. So by changing the language immediately the child comes to school, we are affecting the brain development of our child. So that is one of the major bottlenecks in early childhood. That's so lower primary and early childhood, the major medium of instruction should be local language. Yes, we have places where there are multiplicity of languages, but when you carry out research, you will find out that those children during their play, they have a particular local language that they use. So it should be that familiar language to be used in the teaching and learning. Failure to do so, we end up getting people swearing, Solomon is swear, and the rest. Yet I'm a winner, and then you end up saying I'm Solomon. So at the end of it, if I don't live according to the contract I've made, or according to the agreement, or according to the swearing that I've made, don't blame me because I didn't mean what I saw. So let us see to it that local language is used. Friends, as we are here, how many of us get dreams in English? How many of us think about those that we love in that Martin's language? I don't blame those people who say Solomon is it their mother tongue. Give them a chance to express themselves in their local languages and see whether they fail. Okay, if you don't, then tell a white man to come here and express himself in correct Lunyarwanda, Lujapadola, or any other language. If he does it well, then can't blame them. So the transition here comes in just because of the language policy, whereby we have to change from using local language to English. And the local language becomes a subject. But how many schools do it that way? Then the upper primary school curriculum is also using English as a medium of instruction, and the local language is supposed to be a subject. Then the O-level reformed curriculum, it has been repackaged, whereby there's so many have been reduced. It has been, all those have been changed to see to it that they embrace learning outcomes and competencies. Thank you. Okay, all the above have adopted learning outcomes and competencies, which we call CBET, from objectives. Those that are teaching S3, S4, you are still using objectives, but remember those were brought in by missionaries so many years ago. And those missionaries, well, they cared about us, but not so much of us. Why? Because they were not us. And therefore, for us to devolve from where we are to a sustainable economy, to 2040 vision, we need to embrace the learning outcomes and competencies because they emphasize much. They are more in the hands of a learner than a teacher. Yet objectives are for a teacher. That's why we say that by the end of the lesson, the learner should be able to, whether the learner achieves or not, we don't mind. Excuse me, Mr. MC, may you come in and, wow, thank you so much. Members, may you please stand up and recognize the arrival of our Vice Chancellor and the University Secretary. Okay, thank you so much. We welcome you so much to this session. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence. So we were saying that teacher, these above curricula all emphasize the learning outcomes and competencies. Even here at Nkumba University, we emphasize the learning outcomes and competencies because we are training a learner who is global. Other countries, so many years ago, threw away objectives because they are teacher-centered. That's why for them, they are innovative, creative, and mention it. But for us, we are clinging on them. Even right now, when the reformed curriculum has been rolled out in schools, some teachers are still clinging on objectives. Objectives are not favorable for us. if we are to go where we want to go. And as you know, we've said that we are the ones to drive Uganda to that great mighty land where we are going. Here, allow me to share with you about the Israelites. The Israelites were promised by God a land flowing with honey and milk. I think when we read about that in the Bible, we get it. Land flowing with honey and milk and so many other goodies. Then they started searching everywhere. And we're not seeing that gold and that milk and that honey. They said that their land is flowing with the milk, but when I go there, I don't find it on the roadside. Yes. So they said, but our God cannot be a liar. And we are not seeing these things here. So they said, maybe we haven't used the right mode. So they said, maybe it is in the human capital. They started investing so much in the teacher and in education. And in 2004, they came here, gave us a seminar about how they have reinvented the gold and everything through the organization called Mashav and Mofet. So for them, every year, a teacher is supposed to go to Mofet for a one-day seminar like this one to refresh, to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. If you don't go, they will know, because for them, everything is computerized. They will know that you came or you didn't. And then if you don't, at the end of the month, at the end of that, they don't increase your salary. And if you take like 2 years without attending, they know that you've expired. Don't know the new trends in society, because education is the solution to societal needs and challenges. In fact, it is from that when the Ministry of Education sat to see to it that Uganda realizes her Vision 2040, implemented it in the teachers' policy. We shall be having to retrain or through on-job training. So from the O-level, reform the curricula, we go to the teacher training institutions. For us as teacher training institutions, we have been given the National Teacher Policy. Okay, thank you. We've been given the National Teacher Policy that relates with us. So this is some of the information that is there. In the National Teacher Policy, we have universal primary secondary education that will be considered as a human right and consolidated as a basic education. Yes, so key issue within 2040 about education have UPE will continue staying there and secondary education. Primary will remain 7 years, while secondary will be reduced to 4. Yes, when you see how the NCDC is working on these things, it's not putting so much effort at A level. Why? Because maybe they've seen that A level might not be preparing someone to earn a living. So they are trying to make the reformed curriculum have more skills and competences for the learner to pick in order to come up with something. Then there will be national service that will be introduced, or it has been already introduced, to promote work ethics, patriotism, and voluntarism. Then the entire education system will be changed to emphasize practical skills, aptitude, and moral values. So when you read the reformed curriculum, O-level, all those emphasize those. Then undergraduate courses will include a full year of internship in addition to courses specification, industrial training. This intends to promote human resource that is ready for the workplace. This means that teaching course will be taking 4 years. I think that's one we've already learned about it, that a teacher, be it of nursery school, primary, secondary, has to be an S6 leaver and then joins the university for 4 years. 3 for actual training, then the 4th will be internship. Therefore, for head teachers of institutions, we are requesting you to take on our students for that whole year as they prepare themselves to become full qualified teachers. However, here at Nkumba, we have a system that the dean will introduce to you, that you will be having your 4 years, but in a different way. I don't want to preempt her. Then again, the girl child education, inclusion, and gender pedagogy should be emphasized. Yes, inclusion is very important, as Mr. Chwanka said, that learners are not the same. Learners have varying abilities. So as a teacher, you have to consider all those learners. That's why our profession is a bit different. In many institutions, people don't understand the education. Yes, while a lawyer handles a case per case, for us, we handle many, but as an individual. That's why Mr. Chwantuka said, I don't go to teach a class, but you teach an individual. So we have to know who our learners are. We have to observe. We have to recommend. We may sometimes also refer these learners to different organizations that can help them if we are to have a holistic learner, a holistic individual. Then gender pedagogy, yes. There is a school I visited, and then the teacher was talking about the performance of learners, and then he reprimanded boys for letting a girl to emerge the best. I felt so bad, and I had to change my girl because I had a girl there, and for me, I knew that all my children can perform. But for him, he was reprimanding boys for letting a girl to become number one. Yet, when we are teaching, we should make sure that at least we give more support to the girl child because she's a bit different from the boys. But again, we should not also neglect the boy child. Then again, another issue is that collaboration, culture, and communities is also going to be emphasized. So that collaboration is the reason as why we are here with you. Yes, we know that we have a corporate responsibility of giving back to the community, and that's why we are here with you, and we thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Then why curriculum change? If we are to realize that Vision 2040, there had to be a curriculum change. The term curriculum etymologically derives its local meaning from the old Jewish proverb, which says that if you don't know the road to where you are going, any road will lead you there. And boda men are doing it right. You tell him that take me to Katabi. If you don't know, they'll first take you to Kampala. Then he might even use his boda to cross the lake and then bring you back. Then the Latin verb currelli means to lead and others follow or a race. Technically, the term curriculum implies a teacher combining being trained, wise with foresightedness and understanding. This teacher must be confident, sure of his or her profession, an apostle of love and hope, with gender and inclusive pedagogy to lead him or her to her destination, and willing and ready to facilitate the development of sustainable development skills in his or her learner. Yes, I know for you are going to tell me that the curriculum is everything that has been prepared to give to a learner for a particular period of time. But since we've said that the teacher is the key driver, we need to emphasize her role as we are trying to define curriculum because she's the implementer. So integrative teaching and learning, and what is it? So integration comes from Latin, integer, or which means whole, means a coordination of different activities to ensure a harmonious teaching and learning. Integrative learning comes in many varieties, connecting skills, knowledge from multiple sources and experiences. So in order to realize our vision for 2040, we have to use the integrative teaching as much as we can. For me in my Luganda, I call it enkole y'okutobeka y'ekira, enkole y'okutobeka y'esinga. So when I'm teaching my Luganda students, I'm not training her to become only a teacher like me, but I'm preparing her to earn a living even in a field I didn't hope her to join. So when I'm teaching my pronouns, my proverbs and other things, I also include whatever that is important for this student to fit in the world, especially the soft skills, because they are very, very important now than the content. The employer is not going to look for how much do you know. The employer is going to look at what can you do. So as we teach our learners, we need to emphasize the life skills, values, attitudes, and we integrate everything in what we teach. What we need to know is that life skills, values, and attitudes are not taught. They are only facilitated to develop. It's like loving your mother. No one taught you, but the way she cared for you, you develop that love. Therefore, that's what we teach, how we teach, and the examples we use, the content and everything will facilitate the development of those life skills, values, and attitudes. And what we need to know is that education without life skills and values is a dead education. It is meaningless to the individual and to the society. So, CBET, that is competence-based education and training, in order to realize Uganda Vision 2040, the teacher, who is the curriculum implementer, has to use integrated approach in order to effectively facilitate a holistic development of an individual. The new curriculum at all levels, curricula at all levels, use learning outcomes and competencies, and CBET curriculum emphasizes life skills and values. And integration is so much pronounced in sustainable development goals, especially goal number 4. So we need to help our learners, those that are a bit different, and anyone can become different at any particular time. For example, you might have come from home when you are very okay, and on the way someone snatched your phone. By mere taking away your phone, you've been disturbed and you cannot concentrate the way you would have concentrated. Therefore, as you are teaching, especially when you are teaching a girl child, be very considerate, because at any particular time, she can be disturbed, especially those who are from minority groups. Yes. And even the gifted. Gifted are not so easy to teach. And we tend to think that they should be left the way they are. For example, so many years, a student of mine told me she was teaching a child in Aga Khan, an Indian boy in Aga Khan. And so she fell sick, she could not go to teach. And then another teacher came in to teach computer. And as you know, top class learners enjoy computer like anything. So this teacher came in and thought that she was going to capture the attention of the learners. So she taught and taught and taught. Then as she was teaching, the boy started, "You teacher, you are confusing us. How we wish you started with this and this and this, now see." The whole class came into a state of anarchy. And in those international schools, they don't shout. So because of that shout that the boy made, all the administrators came to witness what had happened. And the teacher was embarrassed. So when she went to the staff from her, at the end of it, she shared with a friend that, "You people, let me tell you, the other Indian boy embarrassed me." They said, "Oh, we are sorry. We didn't inform you that that boy is a gifted. You would have used other methods to help him learn." Supposing that boy was in our ordinary schools and that boy embarrasses you before the employers, how would you treat him? Just imagine how you would. Some could skin him alive because it could make him lose his employment. But in international schools, they know the touch because for them, they are CBET, competence-based training and education. Okay. I thank you so much for listening to me. But before that, allow me to share with you the verse in our teacher's prayer. It says that, "Lord, help me to remember that I'm putting a mark on the mind of a child, which time might never erase. I thank you."
Can we give her another thunderous clap? To be sincere, she's in Nalongo. And in the Bugandani culture, she's not a Mrs. She's beyond a Mrs. Another clap. And another one. Allow me to invite our Honorable Dean to introduce the guests and also allow them to have a word to us. I thank you. A clap as she comes.
I've already welcomed you to this place, the first and last university in the country. Can you imagine? Meaning that it has all ends and it has everything in it. That's why it's the first and last. I welcome our heads. Why do I say heads in Nkumba? When we are looking at a human being, when we talk about education, we are educating the whole person. Can we educate a person without a head? So we have our heads here. We have the University Secretary, Professor Kasekende Francis. And we have our Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Judy Lubega. We are lucky that we have parents with us. That's why I think you have not witnessed any bad looks from the people you found around. And that's why I said earlier on that please feel at Nkumba. Continue feeling at Nkumba, our parents are with us. I welcome Professor Kasekende to give a word to our people.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I'm badly dressed. I should have put on my coat and tie because you are very important people. But I have a problem of a leg that is paining me terribly. When I dress smartly, the next day I go to hospital. So I don't want to visit the hospital. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Jude Lubega, the Dean School of Education, Dr. Namugumya Esther, colleagues, members in the academics, and members of administrative staff, our invited guests. My name is Francis Kasekende. I'm a teacher like you. But I'm a teacher who started as a primary school teacher. For you, you started as secondary school teachers. Are you primary school teachers? I started as a grade 2 teacher at Busubizi Teachers College. I also went to Mubende Teachers College as a grade 3 teacher. I went to Chambogo University. At the time it was called the ITech. I did my diploma in teacher education, so I'm a tutor. Then I went for a bachelor's of education at Makerere University. And I said, now education should stop there. I had all the education. Now I decided to go for an MBA at Makerere University Business School. And I specialized in human resource management. After that, I did my PhD. Now, I'm telling you that. Why I'm telling you that? Why am I telling you that? Because I'm one of you. And I would like to inspire you to, on your side, pursue education to the highest level. Let us not think that as teachers, we are doomed. Many people there despise us as teachers. But we are not the worst. Even a boda man can start despising you. In COVID, they were even employing us. There is a day president said, for every passenger, the boda man puts on the bicycle, on the boda, he must be registered with the telephone number. Did you see that on WhatsApp? And that they were saying that the boda was hiring the teacher because the boda does not know how to write. So they hire the teacher to write for them. And it was despising our profession. I want you to walk high with your heads up. We are not that type of teachers whom people perceive us to be. We are a person to reckon with in the society. That aside, my most important role is to invite the VC to talk to you. But before I do that, let me talk about something little about the theme of today. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. I'm going to give my example. When I grew up in my place in Mityana, my mother taught me how to lay the bed. There's a mattress, there is a bed sheet, there's another bed sheet and a blanket. But you know how bed sheets look like. This side is not the same as this side. So for me, the way I put on the first bed sheet is the same way I put on the second what? Wachita cha kunguru necho munda. The way you put the kukuju on the top, even is that the right word? Era nenchitekanga chechitunudde ku blanket. I went with that knowledge in college. Now I found a young man who looked at me and they laughed at me. Is that the way you lay your bed? I said, yes, that's the way I lay my bed. So they taught me that for the first bed sheet on the mattress, for the second bed sheet, could you do what? So could you be to Nurigana? I'm sorry for those who don't. I have understand Uganda here. You can follow. And I had learned from my mother. I had to unlearn what my mother taught me, how to lay beds, and then I relearned the best way. Now I am the best layer of beds. Is that you invite me to your home, I will lay your bed very well and sleep nicely. So this is the concept we are studying today, that there are things we have learned in life, but as you go on, as you proceed, you realize that actually some of those were wrong. And you have to unlearn them and then you learn. This is the gist of this issue. I'm particularly impressed by teamwork. I don't know whether they have presented it. The presenter will present it. But I will throw some small light about teamwork. And I'm going to ask questions from you. This concept of teamwork or team building. My question is, if you were in the desert, 3 of you, and you had the last bottle of mineral water. These people haven't given us mineral water. Yeah. Now you give it to this younger sir here. You are going to tell us, if you are the 3 of you in the desert, and it is hot, and you have drunk all the water, and there is only that bottle of water, what would you do? You come and tell us.
The best option would be sharing, but if amongst us the 3, there's one who's more bad love, then it would be whether that or the 2. But the best option would be sharing the water.
You want to? So I don't have COVID, so give it to him. What would you do?
We would reserve this water until we find someone that badly needs it.
And you die.
If I'm the one, then I will be the one to take it.
Okay, you give it to him. I want to hear from the last one. what would you do?
As the first person said, the best option would be sharing. But again, would be able to preserve and wait until all of us are battle off and then we share.
Thank you. They have given us the answers, but somebody else would say, if I'm the most powerful, I grab the water and take it. Don't you think there could be such a person? And you can now gauge the two, right? Why it is not played. Based on these three, they appreciate the concept of teamwork. And in teamwork, we have got three things. There is a process, there is a content, and there is maintenance. Process, they said you sit down and negotiate and say, what should we do? We should wait for some time. We should give it to the one who is bad love. We should drink at this particular time. You are in that process of coming out with the modalities of sharing the bottle. Then maintenance is to make sure that you have actually done that. If one of the two wants to grab it and take it, you said, but we said we should do this. That's called maintenance. Content is the drinking. As long as you start drinking, that is content. So even in the work we do at our schools, this concept must be applied. Teamwork. You should sit down and plan. That is a process. You make sure the plans you laid are followed. That is maintenance. And then you do exactly what you're supposed to do. That is content. There are others. The presenter will tell you more. But me, I'm a supporter of Manchester United, the best club in the world. Some of you are Arsenal. But for us as Man U, we target to be the best in the world. And we work as a team. The best way of seeing teamwork is how clubs play when they are playing. They play because they have got a common target. So this should happen in schools also. Target the common goal. Don't say, I'm a teacher of physics. I'm a teacher of social studies. By the way, I teach social studies at primary school. I am the best teacher, south of Sahara Desert and north of River Limpopo. I am the best SSC teacher. So invite me, I will come and teach your SST at primary school. But I don't have to teach SST and the children get D1s and then in mathematics they get F9. Then there is no teamwork. We should all target. As you pursue glory in your subject, also help the other colleagues to pursue the same. At the end of the day, you have succeeded. I am deviating from what I came to do. My role is to invite the Vice Chancellor to come and address this congregation. Professor Jude Vega.
I'm going to request that I put off the mask too, so that I can talk very audibly. Thank you. The University Secretary, Professor Kasekende, all Nkumba staff present here, and those that are online, all participants attending today. Yes, you are teachers, but I didn't want to use the word teachers. I wanted to use the word participants. Participants attending today, the Dean of Education and the staff within the school particularly, you are welcome for this workshop. I would in the first place want to thank so much Professor Kasekende, for what he called them a few words, but they had a lot of content. They call it subject matter. They had that heavy subject matter within them. And I'm sure that each one of you have taken something away just in the few minutes he actually used. I would want to, in the first place, to thank so much the school, led by Dr. Esther Namgumia, for organizing this community engagement activity. This is a community engagement activity for a school. How do they give back to the community, which comprises their stakeholders, who are the teachers, at no cost? And this is the way they felt they needed to do it. So thank you so much as a school, and please do not stop at this particular one. I think they can attest they need more of this, because they rarely get this sort of workshop to really get them to do things differently. But I also thank the university, specifically supported by the US office, for supporting this to happen. Because as you are here, you have to drink, you have to eat and all that. So the university decided to support. Let's give back to the community so that we can have better teachers in the future, because all of you who live here today will go with a different gospel out there to tell them the story about Nkumba University. So we thank the office. Going back to the theme, I just want to let you know that education is changing. And that means if you never change, change will change you, all at a particular point in time. You may have no job in that service sector. Just imagine when COVID hit and everybody went into disarray. The most affected sector was education. And up to today, we still feel the glitch. I'm sure in your secondary schools, it is the same. Primary schools, it's the same. And even some teachers will never go back to the teaching profession because they feel this is how they've been treated. But sometimes it's the conditions that led to that. Why am I saying this? Because it is only the innovative teachers that sort of survived within that period. I had colleagues of mine who immediately got teachers to teach from home. And I said, no, I'll wait. I will not allow my kids to be taught. I need them to have the other social life at school. I waited. They were not going to school. And then I started imagining I'm going to spend another full year with these people just only eating, and they were growing just fat. And I said, no, I think we need to get them to do something. Then I looked out Dr. Esther Namgumi, and I told her, I need a best primary teacher that you can come across to help me teach these kids. There are only 2 kids at home. I said, then she looked out for someone. And for several months, that somebody has been earning 90,000 every week. From me every week, tax-free. And immediately when she finishes, so I'm wondering if a person was not innovative, to take that direction, the pinch would be even higher. So how many teachers have actually been able to go into this direction? That's why I'm changing. Education is changing. We're actually going to see more of learning from home than ever before. The concept is all there out in the Western world. I have friends, professors out there that their kids have never gone to the secondary schools, but learn from home. And they are learning effectively. So education is changing. With the launch of the incentive teachers framework, I don't know how many of you have heard about it. The teachers incentive framework, which is actually leading to a lot of changes within the sector, where you're required to have a degree, a head teacher, you'll be required to have a master's in a management aspect, things of this kind. All of them are geared to changing the educational sector to have it as one of the best sectors. The model being followed is the Norwegian model. In no way, the best paid civil servant in the country is a teacher. That they can also be seen from afar, that they are badged. By the time you get that badge with you, when you enter a bus, anybody seated will stand up and you will sit. The moment they see you, when you are at the bus stop and you arrive and there is a queue, everybody will give way and you are the first to enter the bus or the train. That is the teacher. But also, who becomes the teacher is the best quality. They take the best from their secondary. So if you can prove to be the best, this is the future of education in the country. That is the direction they've probably given 10 years, everybody to have a degree, right from primary. And that's going to be the reality. It goes back to education is changing in the country. One of the biggest problems that we have, especially with teachers, even right at the university here, is that teachers, some of them are stuck in looking in the rear view mirror. They're always looking. What did I do in the past? And I can continue doing in the future. This is the biggest dilemma of education across the world, that people are stuck in looking within the rear view mirror. Instead of looking at a road ahead of them, is there a bump, so that they prepare for the bump? They are constantly looking, which is deterring them from seeing what is ahead of them. And is stopping a lot of teachers from innovating within their profession. When we talk about learning, unlearn, and relearn, this is exactly what we are trying to run away from. Let's stop looking all the time in the rear view mirror, but look also ahead and see what I have now. Professor Kasekende just explained it. What I have now, does it fit for the current era? If it doesn't, can I unlearn it and learn something new going forward? This is what we want for a 21st century teacher. All the Nkumba staff in here can attest. Some years back, they were not using technology. to teach. But now, as I even speak here, they are already watching us on Zoom. And over 20, I think, people are attending on Zoom from anywhere. So they had to unlearn certain things they used to do in the past, and now can be able to use technology to teach. This is what we want from you. Another small story. I know the dean will tell me time up, but I just want to give you a reality. Savio here. I don't know how many of you teach from Savio. When my son told me we are going to study online, I said, what? I'm still suffering with the staff at Nkumba, and you are going to start on? He said, yes, and I need my tablet, and I don't need the second hand yours, I need mine. Okay, I said, okay, you are going to have the tablet. I got the tablet. He said, they told us we need Zoom. I loaded Zoom. I need my MiFi. But did I have a choice? Everybody was stuck in COVID. I got a MiFi. The next thing, how do they use Zoom? I took him through how to log in and all sorts of things before. I said, have you learned? He said, yes, that I have learned. I don't need you now, you go. Go. I stayed around, said, no, you go, I will manage. But I wanted to see exactly what he was going to do. So I was going away, I clicked to the login, the log out. So it logged out. So I really wanted to see what exactly it's going to do. But when I logged out, he clicked on login. So I understood that he had actually mastered so he logged in what he had written down, and he was into the class. That is the few minutes of lessons I gave to the boy. And the entire period they studied all their subjects for the school. I could not be, even they did exams. The exams, you could go and pick it somewhere, and it has a watermark for the child's name. So you cannot photocopy it. Jude, it has there. So they did the exams, we submitted them back to their school. They were marked and they got results. So what am I trying to say? If they did not unlearn what they had to be able to learn new things, new ways of doing things, they probably would be stuck. But I think they have been able to progress because of what they did. So colleagues, we need to be able to do that if we are going to be teachers of the 21st century. This is what it requires us. We cannot do away with technology. It is here with us. It is here to stay. So let's embrace it and use it. And good enough where you are in Nkumba, this is what we strive for. The current students who are under education, they can attest we are using technology to be able to deliver teaching to them. So if you've not yet joined, the earlier the better. Augustine Tech is just right here. Please, you can always join and be part of that journey. I'm sure by the end of today, you'll not be simply participants anymore. You'll go away with being Nkumba alumni. Because the workshop you've gone through and the certificate you'll get at the end of the day, it gets you to prove that you have been to Nkumba, undertaken a sort of training, empowered, and now you can be able to practice what you have been given. And therefore, we call you an alumni. So, we would want to continue collaborating with you, our alumni, and that's what we do. We would want you to continue engaging with you, to support your university to be able to even grow. And therefore, when we call upon you and say, please, wherever you are, we want you to become an agent for us. There are students who want to join university. Encourage them to come and join university. I'm sure I would not be doing something bad, but you'll be supporting your alma mater, your university. So we call upon you, colleagues, participants, future alumni, to support the university in transforming into agents. And those who have already accepted, a letter will be given to you, making you an agent. And also to thank you for being an agent. What we always say, the student you bring, the application fee is yours. So there's a win-win. If you bring 10 students, that means you'll be already thinking about going away with 500,000. So it's all about the sort of marketing. The more you bring, the more you benefit out of it. So those who have not yet interfaced with the staff and are interested in becoming agents, please make sure don't go away without being appointed an agent, so that we can be able to benefit in that too. As I wind up, some of you may need to join the university. Please seek for information from the dean, from the rest of the staff here. They should be able to I would want to thank you so much for sparing your time to come and listen in, learn something, and go away with something at Nkumba University. Some of you, it may be your first time, but nevertheless, you'll now be an alumni. I thank the school once again for organizing for this event. All the staff led by the dean, thank you so much, and please keep it up. The gentleman walking out there is our director, postgraduate training, Professor Solomon. Thank you for coming. When you come here, everything around research, anything you see out there, research going on, is a person leading that. So thank you for being part of this. I would want at this point in time, I'll be with you in some of the events. I work and then come back, I'll be with you until the day ends. So bear with me when you don't see me here, but I will still be with you until the end. But I'm online somewhere attending. So at this particular point in time, I would want to declare this workshop officially open. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Jude. We are grateful that we are a team in Nkumba. That's why I said that Nkumba is the first and last university in the country, because we have it all. I mentioned the parents being the university secretary and the vice chancellor. Someone might have wondered, how could they be parents? You've heard their presentations. You still doubt? Can they fail to parent us, me and you? So they are doing a good job here. We need a big hand clap to the US and the VC. I wish now to hand over to the MC to proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me request you to once again give a thunderous clap to our US. And another one to our Vice Chancellor. I'm noting just 3 things to make it clear. One, from our US, that things are possible when you determine, in view or in line with our theme. You can imagine a man, US, without a certificate senior 4, without a certificate senior 3, but begins with a certificate grade primary teacher. He's now a professor. Things can be possible. Secondly, we are here, Nkumba University, alumni, you and I, clap that. But how are we alumni? You are free to ask yourself. I think the first thing is, before you look for other students to come in to be alumni, you should see to it that you are an alumni yourself. Someone from Uganda Matters Secondary School from Namgongo? Representative? Okay. I remember as I was moving around to come and visit you, I met a very big group of Uganda Matters Secondary School Namugongo staff teachers, and they asked me, is it possible to be students of Uganda Matters University, and I am learning from my job? My response was and is, you can. Professor, Vice Chancellor has informed us that learning has changed. As he will be leaving and going to attend other duties, he's on Zoom. Other members already are outside there on Zoom. You can at the same time be a student of Uganda Matters. We are going to discuss all of this as we continue. Allow me now to I beg your pardon. Nkumba University can ably teach you from where you are. And what does it take? What does it take? As we said, you are going to know how to begin with this. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite you to stand up. Stand up, everyone. And what we are now going to do is to have a prayer to lead us to a short meal, which is breakfast, so that we fulfill the English saying that an empty stomach has no ears. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we put forward this meal we are going to share. Bless it. Give us the energy to partake it, so that the fruits of ourselves and for the fruits of Nkumba University be to your glory, for God and our country. Amen. Now we shall be moving one by one. Others take up seats, you get a cup, and others we continue. And as we get our breakfast, it will be a working lunch, or we mean a working breakfast. We have, I will be inviting another facilitator very soon, but let's begin to take our cup of tea. I thank you.
Please, you can.
science from the University of Canada. And I'm here to take you in to the course fashion design. And this will look at your interest and desires in design. We know that your content is what fashion design is. And this is a very interesting course. I believe that you will enjoy. Fashion is a non-fixed and today just look greatly all across the world. And this is a big part of what we design at every level, originating from the society to create. This will really focus on this much to create and stimulate and demonstrate creating concepts in this commercial action. This course will be positioned to deliver research and risk needs required to produce unique areas designed to fit demands. Remember we talked about so this is the point where you create to come up with that will fit the market. And basically this will be see present training and this training promotes to unlearn. So this program is meant to be so this is a much
Something I'm correcting. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said that it will be a working breakfast, allow me to call upon your attention as the next presenter is arranging to begin. We are in an era where, ladies and gentlemen, that as we speak, the whole of Uganda is seeing us, is listening to us, and this is really what we want, and this is the new era. I beg to make some small correction, and this correction is understood properly. I visited Uganda Matters Secondary School, Namugongo, and the staff members requested if they can study at Nkumba University, but while they are using the Zoom, and each is studying from his or her respective school. And my emphasis, ladies and gentlemen, is quickly enroll with Nkumba University, and the opportunity is there that you will be studying with Nkumba University using Zoom, and you are accessing all your lectures from your place of work. Kindly note that with seriousness. I beg to correct, some of you did not understand me. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the next presenter, Professor Simon Peter Ongodia, to give us his presentation. You are most welcome. This is my password. Allow me to make, can I call it a selfish introduction? I am what I am because of Dr. Simon Peter Ongodia and our Dean, Esther Namugumya. He taught me at the diploma, taught me at the first degree, taught me at the second degree. She taught me at the second degree. Please, I would be requesting that you clap, but you just a clap now in the air like this. And get to note that this kind of clap is for the language of the deaf. Once you
that's Mr. Chiwanuka. Mr. Chiwanuka is my father-in-law. My wife, Cecilia, was taught by him, and she speaks very good English. And is her product. So we're very proud of you, Mr. Chiwanuka. From home, she told me to greet you specifically. But also here in Nkrumah University, Mr. Chiwanuka and I have been holding the English department through thick and thin, and he has been helping me out. He has been mentoring me as well. So I'm proud of him as well. ESK, never retire. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me, I'll try to marathon. You know marathon? I haven't, because of time. Okay. So that's my name. And what I'm given to talk about capacity building for quality output. Capacity building for quality output. As I said I was going to marathon because this material will be available to you on request. If you leave your email address and so on, I'm sure the secretariat can send you a copy, even a full paper. Because capacity building is quite a term by itself. It's the ability to perform, first of all, capacity. It's the ability to perform some function in order to meet some requirement of a specific occupation that you are in. So do you have the capacity? When someone wants to come and do something for you, ask him, do you have the capacity? Which means, do you have what it takes to do that job? Capacity building, also known as capacity development, is a process by which individuals and organizations obtain, improve, retain skills, knowledge, tools. You remember what Mr. Chiwanuka was talking about and Nalongo. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Salongo Ongodia. Forgive me for being very up and down. I'm Salongo Ongodia. When I thought I'd retired from the business of producing, my wife tricked me into business and we had twins. They are now 3 years old each. So is the world. So I'm Salongo. This capacity building allows individuals and organizations to perform at a greater capacity. All of us, when we're recruited, they expect a lot from us. But you know, when they talk of capacity building, they think of just giving us promotions. Teachers in particular, I want to be proud about what has now happened. In the past, when my father was a teacher, you're a teacher and you never dreamed of getting promoted. Classroom teacher until you die. But these days, there are a lot of avenues of improvement. You can see our US, he was a primary school teacher. So you should be able to make sure that you are built by your own improvement in capacity. It requires you to be ready to unlearn. The old was, when I'm grade 3 or grade 5, I stay there for God and my country. And for the others, for God and my stomach, isn't it? So we have to watch out. The university, for example, the capacity building refers to strengthening the skills of staff, but that also goes down to the secondary schools. And in order to achieve their goals and to overcome particular issues that may cause exclusion, when you don't perform, you get away. There is Professor Solomon there. He tells us that one of the surviving tactics of teachers or lecturers is publish. You do research and publish. If you don't do research and you don't publish, you perish. So if you don't improve your capacity, you are excluded. You know very well as teachers, when UNEB publishes its magic results, some of our jobs are at stake, both as head teachers, administrators, and classroom teachers. If the whole class has failed, the SMGs and the PTAs and so on are very quick to say, that Mr. Chibuka, he shouldn't be in our school anymore. He talks too much and does no teaching. And Chibuka, whether he has very big papers and so on, very important papers, he will have to exit. That's the exclusion I'm talking about. So your capacity is in your output. We have those, the European Commission toolkit talks about abilities, attributes, a process. I don't want to go into details of that. And even that one, capacity is shaped by adapting to a system. If you are here, you know, when you are a teacher in Chegegwa, for example, if you are posted to Kisoro, which is a bit colder than Chegegwa, you have to adapt. If you don't adapt, you don't survive. And if you don't survive, you join the ancestors. Mr. Chiwanka was saying that a meeting is called with ancestors to call it the other world. But we are supposed to react to external factors and actors. And it's not really something external, but it's within us, capacity building. Are you able to? We've been asked by the Vice Chancellor that those of us who are not who have not come to Nkrumah University could see the dean and the staff and register, get this program on. But it depends on you. Are you really willing? Don't talk about money not being there. Money will never be there. It's your will to make money be there. Even time. Time will never be there until you will it to be there. You know very well you are here, but you could be doing other things. So it's the will which is important in our capacity building. So CD is a change process. The Vice Chancellor talked about change. And he said that if you don't change, change will change you. We always know that if you are a tall tree standing and strong wind blows, what does a tall tree do? It bends and lets the wind pass. If you don't bend, what does the wind do to you? Breaks you. That's change with us. So we must learn to unlearn so as to relearn and survive. There is what they called capacity building, community capacity building. It was begun in 1991 when the UNDP defined it as capacity to build a long-term continual process of development that involves all stakeholders. So now what we're doing here with this workshop, we're trying to develop a community capacity with you so that you are part of us. You are stakeholders. Together we shall be there. we're sure very well if you go out and you become good ambassadors of Nkumba University, we shall get number of students and we shall be sustained, and our programs will be much more marketed because you will be there taking the real message. So that's community capacity building. And the UNDP knew that it has to be continual, it has to be a continuous process. Okay. So community capacity building uses the country's human, scientific, technological, I don't want to go to those details, and the rest of it. And the goal is to tackle problems related to policy and methods of development. We have a number of issues with policy. I normally, when I'm discussing with teachers, my colleague was talking about curriculum. I also talk about curriculum sometimes. When we talk about thematic curriculum, I happen to work also sometimes with the NCDC, developing some curricula, and we get a lot of stiff resistance. Policy, education for all, EFA, isn't it? Nobody, no child left behind. That was America behind in the US. Now for us also, nobody must fail. No, the other way around. This actually will help my English. Nobody should fail. So the incorrigible, nothing will enter. Some of them just look at you. You ask, have you understood what I say? Even if she's like that, you must promote her. So those are kind of policies we have to work on when we develop our capacity, so that maybe we have to do now what Nalongo said, developing soft skills, giving soft skills to some of these people. And if we do that, they'll become successful citizens, and that's our work. But, Dean, do we still have minutes? Okay. Let me try. There's a process of capacity building. The first step is conducting a training needs assessment. Do we need it? Identification. Second one is engaging stakeholders on capacity development, like we've engaged you. Third one is assessing capacity needs and assets that we have. Do we have the technology? The Vice Chancellor talks about us going technological or e-learning and so on. Do we have the machines? Then you formulate capacity development response. What's the response now from the stakeholders, from the institutions that we are working in? Implementing the capacity development response. The implementation is important, and if that doesn't end there, you need to evaluate. Always you must evaluate, reflect. I'll skip that bit and go to the intangible qualities, not even that one. Yes, we have Watson, who observed 18 cases of study for capacity building evaluations. And he said that the most important thing is one which is bolded there, monitoring. Monitoring our clarity of vision. Do we know what we want? Monitoring how well those goals are understood. Monitoring the leadership. What kind of leader do we have? Some of our schools have had leaders that are perennial. They are a personal to holder. I know of certain institutions where the head teachers refused to be transferred and had to come to blows with the transferring officers. I'll not mention. Do we have that? Then monitoring the learning. Do we learn? And learning comes from our experiences and our mistakes. To learn so that we can unlearn and relearn. Then there's on-job development. Part of that is monitoring. So monitoring is really key. The monitoring and and then the last one is you monitor the process of monitoring. It's like quality assurance. Quality assurance, they want others to be quality. We also ask, what about their own quality? The quality of quality assurance. The monitoring of monitoring policy. That's a check and balance, so that's not just one way. You check on me, what about you? I hope I'm not stepping on anyone's toes. Okay, the quality output, when talk of quality output, we're talking about the strategy and policy development and the learning capacity. Just look at the red end part. The structure, the systems, the culture that we develop and eventually the stuff that we come out with, and the products, of course, of our teaching experience. That's our quality output. And we need to network. We're doing it here. Networking is very important. Please, when you get the certificates after at the end of the workshop, that's the beginning. We should be together for more encounters. I have a small formula I wanted to end up with. Capacity means the number of machines or workers or number of teaching and non-teaching staff times a number of shifts. For example, here in Nkumba, we have day, evening, weekend, distance, main campus, Kampala campus, Kisoro, Chegegwa, Mbale, Tororo. Have I left one, Dr. Dean? Nakasongola, oh yes, please. Nakasongola, I apologize. Mbale, yes, all those are the shifts. Then we have utilization. We have SBA, some schools are not here. SBA, SEDU, source, scores, the C is missing. Then SWOL, the School of Law, and so on. That's utilization. And efficiency times efficiency. Efficiency is punctuality. How punctual are we today here? Dr. King, you came in a little late, you're supposed to pay fine. How prepared are we? What about our attitude to the work we're doing? Quality work, job satisfaction. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? Are you proud? You know, pride. You saw Mr. Chiwanuka here was saying, I'm proudly the father of this dean here. And the dean stood up. She bowed. And dean is our boss. But she bowed. That's the pride we're talking about. Are you also that? And then we would look at timely remuneration. Don't look at me because I don't know what happens in that area. And then we talk at very good, Mr. Joseph, is that correct? Webometric rating. Is that correct spelling for webometrics? You know, webometric rating is when they say the best university in the world is this. The best in Uganda, Africa is this. Those ratings are good, and they sometimes torture some of us. And then graduations. How many graduations do we have regularly? And that the answer will be what we all aspire for. What we all aspire for. So that's the first paper I had to share with you. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that the spelling of webmetrics is correct. I've been marked correct by Joseph. Joseph gave me 100% for webmetrics. You know, it's not in my area. I'm an English man, or man of English. And ATESO. By the way, I'm the chairman of ATESO Language Board. And I'm also the Minister of Education in where?
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Minister of Education in the Kingdom of the ATESO. Thank you very much, the Minister and Dr. SPO. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sekamanya Stanley Samuel, and I'm the chairperson of this session. Allow me to humbly welcome the next presenter, and that is Dr. Frank P. Chinji. You're very welcome. Mr. Chibuka reminds me that every after a session, please note the questions that are burning that you are to ask. You can write them down, and when that time comes, we shall be debating those questions as you are on floor here. Thank you very much for that reminder, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, members. I'm glad that you have come to our seminar or conference. And as Dr. Ongodia described the hierarchy, I'm a student of Ongodia. Ongodia taught me, thank you. I'm a student of Dr. Namugumya. Dr. Namugumya taught me. And now we are colleagues. And I'm glad to tell you that I am a product of Nkumba. So actually, I don't hide from that. And I've been trained as a Nkumba product. So I'm here to share with you some of the gists of what is provided at Nkumba. And please, as you have been informed here, we provide from certificate, diploma. I'm making an advert, please allow me for a minute. We provide certificate, diploma, we provide first degree, master's, and PhD in all those fields that have been put in the area of education, psychology, social sciences, in business, natural sciences. So please, members, you are welcome. Nkumba is the place. So I'll not take long. I want to talk about education for health and well-being. As we all know, education is about training. And what is the product of our training? That's why I want to look at health and well-being as an outcome of education. There is no way you can talk about education without emphasizing the importance of how education is going to help us promote our health and our well-being. And that's why on my next, that is a quick whisper to you that I was whispering to you. We'd like to look at some of the components of education for well-being. Somebody who has gone through the education system and that has had effect on them, it helps us also in terms of nutritional aspects, as we shall see. It emphasizes what we eat. Usually we know very well that what we are a product of what we eat if we are to live longer. So that's why in some of our curriculums, the way they are designed, they are tailored towards what society should feed on in terms of nutrition. That's why in the beginning of some of the basic information, we talk about issues of balanced diet. It's not a question of that is information that is for beginners, but it's to help us to promote the healthy outcome and our well-being. Same thing with routine exercise. When they put time for games or exercises in the school curricula, these games are not only for these younger ones to go and enjoy time off books, but it is also to help them sort out certain negative energy in their systems, but also to keep our well-being and our life healthy. Education will also help us in terms of sleep hygiene. That's why everybody, at least for normal lifestyle, we need to live or sleep for 6 to 8 hours a day if we are to be successful. Once you have a sleep deficit, you'll see it during the day. That's why you'll find some people either will end up quarreling or shouting at the people they are working with or staying with during day. The other one, it helps us to prevent and care for the ill and the people who are through injuries. Take it again from the basic information we teach the primary pupils on issues of first aid. We are equipping them with information that should help us to prevent injuries in society. So I'm trying to advance a point that education has a related outcome of health and well-being. When you look at medication routines, by the way, research has it that most people who go in for marriage, if you get a partner who does not at least have either senior 1 or senior 2 basic information, when the child becomes sick, they will not rush the child to the hospital or they will not begin with a painkiller. They will wait for you. So that's why we are looking at the outcome of medication routine. When to medicate, the problem in Africa is that we delay to diagnose, delay to go to the hospital, and we delay to be attended to or to medicate. So when we are educated, education has a positive effect on us in terms of medication. Still, it helps us to manage stress. I don't know, again, for us, some of us, the primary school teachers and also in secondary, whatever, we remember that we have taught the younger ones that once you are panicking, breathe in slowly and breathe out slowly. Not so. We are helping them manage stress in the long run for their own health, not to have problems in the future that relate with health or their personal well-being. The other one is psychological and mental health. It is clearly noted that people who have gone at school, they learn certain ways of going about life issues that should have caused either psychological or mental health problems. Hence, an outcome of education rotating on health and wellness. The list is long. We are looking at health, living space in terms of where we live, where we stay, in terms of cleanliness. That again comes in. Social relations. It is easy for some, by the way, somebody once said that when you pick a quarrel with an educated person, when they tell you that they hate you, it is true. Genuinely, they hate you because they have been informed about what has brought the problem. Not so. But people who have not, they will use the sentiments. They will just say, I can't relate with so and so. But what's your point? Okay? So education helps us to socially interact and relate very well. That's why in schools we have time for debates, we have time for social curricular activities. All that helps our young ones to grow up with better interpersonal, if I'm so to say, emotional intelligence or to network. One of the problems that our learners are facing sometimes, they can't socially relate well with people after school. You can find that somebody has good grades, but how do those good grades speak to the way you relate with others? Recreation activities we looked at, personal health choices we have looked at, spirituality or prayer or the way we relate with God. That's why somebody once said that if you train children without God, it's like you're training clever devils. That's why for us, the teachers, before we begin any activity in the morning time for assembly, not so, or even in class, life starts with the prayer. Because we want to train a person as a whole. Okay? So education for health and well-being involves the following that I've already pointed out or two. Developing physical health and well-being has lifelong benefits. These are some of the benefits. One, it helps us to reduce on stress and depression. Research has it that in the next 50 years, a study was carried out in Harvard University. In the next 50 years, society is going to suffer from depression as #1 killer. And you are seeing it not so. People are depressed by COVID-19, not so. People have lost jobs because of COVID-19, not so. And people can't deal with life stressors and sadness. But if you are educated, this helps us to go about issues. You know when to solve what at a particular time. For instance, if it's an issue of spending, you know when to spend on what and why. You don't spend by whims of money in the pocket and what is provided in the market. And the other benefit is that education has a relationship with income. As it was pointed out by Dale Carnegie, one of the American writers, he puts it clearly that education is about money. One, you pay money to go at school, not so. That's the first bit. The next bit is that after education, we expect you to go and you work and you earn. That's why we relate one's income vis-a-vis with the education. I know some of you will contest me that there are some people who are rich that have not gone at school. Those are isolated cases, not so. True. And even in those people, if they, I want to give you a true story. I don't want to mention the name. One of the rich people in town, he went back, he has arcades and he has supermarkets. He went back to do senior 1. Because all his daughters, whoever he was educating was going and getting married in another family. And the firstborn were daughters. He didn't have somebody to take over the system. He was forced. So I'm emphasizing that education is about money and income is about education. It depends on how much training that you have to manage the income. If you mismanage, again, another big business person in town who started several different businesses, I'll not mention the name. He tried the one business of manufacturing radio, another one of manufacturing whatever, several things. He could not manage it because he was trying all several at the same time. He didn't know the proper process. Had he gone through school or formal training, that would have provided a chance for him to manage his income. The other effect we are looking at is that education increases lifespan. By the members, as we shall see, it was put clearly in the year 2000 in the West that if you want to hide anything from Africans, put it in writing because they don't read. 1, 2, we can get educated through what we read, given the foundation we would have got from school. And again, research has it that people who read live longer than those who don't. One, the quickest trick is that the more you read, your mind remains younger, not so. You are exposed to what you didn't know. You read a story that will excite you and make you happy. You read a story that will help you gain courage in life. Therefore, people who read or who study, educated people, if well-tuned and managed, live longer than those who have not gone at school. Some of the impacts of schooling on health outcomes. Those I've already said: increased health, increased maternal education, which I talked about. Will not live on myth alone. Increased hygiene, which I talked about. And education impacts on our health behaviors that I've already talked about. Awareness of health risk behavior. Once you are educated, you will know the risk behaviors. One writer once put it clear that when you know how to live, you know how to die, not so. You will know what will take your life. So through education, you will know some of these healthy risk behavior. 1, smoking. And today advertising, most of those advertisements, they are telling us smoke with care because it kills. I think that. Then they are telling you do not drink. I think that. They are creating sensitization using what? Education as a tool. And that's when we will know, members, that any form of drugs, illicit drugs, either tobacco or alcohol, once it enters into the body system, it punches holes in all major biological organs. And that we have been taught in school, not so members, looking at the general system of a human being. Okay? Those I talked about, in the interest of time, you'll get material, but I want to say that education impacts on the way we measure our psychosocial development. This is a major one, members. Education impacts on the way we think and relate with others. That's what we mean. Education, people who are, one of the outcomes of education is projected to be self-esteem. Somebody who is confident. A person who is confident, who is comfortable in their body or in their skin or in their life, they will not be threatened by anything because they are confident and assertive, not so. And that's a result of an outcome of education. Okay? Allow me to go to the next. The last bullet, that education impacts on learners' self-concept, the way they perceive themselves. And I keep teasing students when they come to school or when I'm teaching them. I ask them, why did you come to do this course or this paper? And most of them will tell you, I want to be somebody. You know, this will change the way I look at myself. Okay? Education also helps to build the person's self-resilience, your ability to deal with life issues, your ability to, you know, you remain a tough-minded person, whatever the situation, you don't give up, okay? In other words, education helps to build the hope levels in people's lives. One thing to full information for the national policymakers. Why are we looking at this? In this audience, we know some of you will influence policymaking, not so. There should be a relationship between education and health outcomes or well-being. Actually, true education should reflect those two, health and well-being. I want to switch my direction of argument. I had two topics. My last one is on guidance and counseling for recovery of future prospects. We are bringing this from the angle that society is strained a lot. We are strained at a personal level. We are strained at a family level. We are strained at community level, and we are strained at societal level. So that's why we need, as educators, we need a component of guidance and counseling for recovery of future aspects or issues. Why do we need this? The students need this, the teacher needs this, and the society or the parents as a whole. So guidance in simple terms refers to the dynamics of interpersonal relationships. Somebody who has information will guide one who does not have it, not so. Since we talked about education, okay? One who has an idea about how to manage life, or about how to manage health, or about how to manage wealth, that's where we are going to go for guidance for future recovery, or to be counseled, or to be given hope, or to be given the strength to be empowered to manage our own life problems and those of society. One of the aims of guidance and counseling services is to enable the students to acquire abilities which promote self-direction and self-realization. I don't know what has been your experience for you people in the audience. Some of the students or some of the people we employ after school, do they have self-direction? Or they need to be pampered and to be, babysat, or from time to time to be reminded? That's why we are saying that guidance and counseling should help to create self-directed learners and self-directed future employers in order to solve the problems of society. Vis-a-vis that, I like very much what Professor Ongodia talked about, Dr. Ongodia. He said the capacity development is a process. That's why right now I like to talk about the process of change. How do we change from what is straining us? How do we change? For instance, already life has changed. Most of us, either we are working from home, or we are forced to teach our pupils or our children from home, okay? So we need to change. Life is about to change. That's why I'm giving the process of change according to Prochaska and the Kellerman. And they give the 5 to the 7 stages. These are the stages. 1, before you change, you need to identify the problem you have. And you need to accept that this is my problem. For instance, you remember we talked about the health risks. You remember those risk behaviors we talked about? If you are smoking, or you are caught up in alcoholism, or you are caught up in illicit sex behavior, or you are caught up in whatever, either stress or depression, and you want to change, you must first recognize or realize that I have a problem. And step number 2, you take some responsibility, not so. You say, yeah, I'm responsible for this to a certain extent, not so. And 3, you see the discrepancy, the difference between the way you behave and what you want life to be. For instance, we shall see some younger people that are caught up in either drugs or alcoholism. They would say, I want better performance, or I'm not doing well at work, but I want to be the best. That's one. And in our stage 4, we must believe that things must change. It comes from you. Stage number 5, we must see that can be part of the solution. We are part of the solution. Somebody outside is not bringing the solution to you. And that's the genuine process of change. Number 6, feel that you can make a choice. Because whose life are you going to change? It is your life. Make a choice. Choose. And lastly, see the next step and prepare for change. So in other words, we look at the process of change. You start from done, you say, okay, from today I'm changing. If I've been spending everything I find I want to spend, from today I need to create a certain sense of limit in my head. This is what we tell some of the students we teach here. That whatever you do in life, there must be a limit. You need to put a certain limit in your life, if not in your head, in your heart. In life, you can't get everything you want, okay? And life is governed by several limits. As I'm winding up, the need for guidance and counseling. Why do we need this? One, and there are 6 areas, simple ones, and I'll end with those. The complex nature of society. The society we are in is complex, you know? There are several changes that have taken place at either economic level, social level, or political level. We have just come from the political, temperatures. If your wishes were not met, take it easy and we move with what we have. Okay. Individual differences, we can't be the same. By the way, I normally remind my students that you cannot fight with each and everybody you disagree with. No. Life is about differences. That's why we are different. That's why we have different patterns, fingerprints. That brings a difference. Okay, thank you. The third one is welfare state and the individual. Every individual must be helped in every way and in every direction to handle their life issues. We have issues that range in the 5 dimensions, whether physical or social or emotional or economic or spiritual, Number 4, the change in the industrial and education pattern of the country. Life has changed. We can no longer, the aspect of studying online has come in. I like what the MC was saying. Please enroll and come and we study online. Otherwise, when you wait for the next time when we will be face to face, we don't know how many years or how many months. Okay? Change the income patterns of the country. The income patterns have changed. We are struggling as a nation already. You have seen there is a lot of borrowing here and there. We must learn to live with limited options, and that helps us to go, the far we can. Our choices have been limited because of the state of income. You can no longer spend, members, we can't spend the same way we spent last year before COVID lockdown. You see that? We can't. That's why we talked about the process of change. They need to change. And lastly, conservation of human energy. Well-planned guidance is required to conserve human energy. When we talk about education, we are talking about guidance. Humanity is at the center of all this. And it's our obligation, That's why I'm ending by saying that education should train their various aptitude and enable them to take up vocational pursuits. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Dr. Frank. Thank you very much for that presentation. I have one announcement to make. We have these 2 doors behind us at our back. Just those doors, but down. After this floor we are on, but the next one. Those doors, but on the next floor down, they are Abiriga doors. Just in case you would like Abiriga doors, just on the next floor. After this one, we are on those very doors. Dr. Frank, thank you for the presentation. And as you were presenting, Mr. Chibuka observed that you were saying, according to World Health Organization, health is not the absence of disease. It is the state of your physical, mental, social, and economic well-being. And according to him, you were very spot on. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next presentation. But I also liked this one from the presenter when he said, when you train children without God, you are training a clever devil. I didn't know that we can go to the classroom to train devils. Allow me to invite our boss in the School of Education, Dr. Esther Namugumya Lugolobi. Dean, you are welcome.
Thank you, members and fellow teachers. When I was trying to respond to some of the members who were calling, they were asking me, is it for head teachers, all teachers? Now it kept me wondering, who is a teacher? Who is a teacher? A teacher is all. So you cannot become a head teacher unless you are a teacher. You can't head people you don't know. You had our university secretary mentioning that he's one of us. And even the VC did not left it out, but he's a teacher too. So you cannot lead teachers when you are not a teacher. And it's for that reason that our communication was having teacher, meaning that we are ready to receive the one who is participating in administration and the one who stops in the classroom. And my piece of advice would be to the head teachers, the directors of studies, and the deputies, please, 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 secure one lesson and step in class, at least a week. You have your areas of specializations. Do not forget them. Make sure you create a time and step in class. It will add you some value to your service as a DOS, as a deputy, as a head teacher. It is out of that you are going to listen to some of the things that are happening in the environment of the students, which perhaps would not have reached you if you had not stepped there. It's not rumors, as people say, but trying to understand our service to the people. By the time all reports will arrive to your desk, you'll be having the background information, and you'll become more confident if you are informed. One of the presenters here mentioned that you can never be comfortable if you do not know. Why do you keep yourself not knowing? You come in the morning, you march into the office, the secretary is there to decide whether people are to come in or not. And if anything, even when you are in, someone is going to say, he's not in, because that is the order that you gave. Why? Let us leave our doors open. I'm now talking to the administrators so that we are aware of what is going on. And if we are to make any communication or any decision, we make a firm decision, an informed decision. I hope we are together. We make an informed decision. You've many times heard people saying, but the head teacher sent me out of class because he says I'm a phys defaulter. But I paid only because you have not yet received the report from the bursar's office. And this is why you are sending this child away. Yet, if you were interactive enough, this child would be able to tell you, sir, my father was able to sell the beans last season and I was able to complete the fees in time. So where you expect the poor man to have failed to complete the fees, this time they made an effort and they completed, but you are not informed and they are not able to inform you because your door is always closed and people have to fill in a lot of forms before they can enter. We are getting to the presentation of teamwork. And teamwork, whatever has been said here, whatever we have shared so far, there is one more, some more 3 presenters. But you're going to note that you cannot achieve unless you operate in a team. Do we agree? Then, what does it mean? We are supposed to think about how we are going to manage our team. And if anything, we are supposed to define that team that we are going to make. Because it's not a guarantee that whoever is surrounding you can constitute a team. Sometimes you may have to, you may have to create 3 teams in the would-be one team. But why? Because people have certain characteristics that are similar to specific individuals. And if you want something out of them, then you must keep them in a given group. They will cooperate, they will share, and finally, you'll get something out of them. We are together. So let us try to understand what our groups are. And then something else I will hint on is the revisiting of the school foundation. We are in the crisis now. If I may say, it's a crisis period since last year. Whoever is appearing here, I must congratulate you. And I would request you to clap for yourselves. Why are we clapping? Because we are still positive to the profession. We are still positive to the profession, both administrators and the teachers, classroom teachers. We have gone through a lot, which requires us to go back to the drawing board and we say, how do we move on? That's why we shall talk about that revisiting of the school foundation. And then the last one will be inspiring before expiry. I'll get to that. We have, this I've already mentioned, that together, everyone achieves more. If we stand together, we cannot say we are losing out. That's why we come together and try to share what we have and forge our way forward. Whenever we are depressed, we shall have a leaning pole from the people next to us. There are several moments in the teaching profession that really someone is getting so low, is getting into pieces, no longer getting peace, but getting into pieces. But we can only survive if we accept to move with others. We have a school. We have a school, and we are wondering, how do we organize a school? If we are to understand what a school is, it's a combination of people. It's a combination of stakeholders. But how do we maintain the school? We can only maintain the school if we are able to form these teams. And if we are able to form the teams, then it means we can be able to work together. We go to forming the team, and after forming the team, we have to work as a team. What does it require? It requires one to think about how best you are going to work with these individuals, how you're going to team play. One of the tricks that I mentioned earlier when I was starting is that you as an administrator, you are going to look out on the people that you have in your team. Who can work with who? Because if you forced me to work with X, I may not be able because we do not share values. I believe administrators here, you have witnessed this. You have a deputy and you have a director of studies, but because they don't share values, you end up getting a hard to interpret report at the end of the term. Sometimes these people are supposed to sit on that same table and come up with a report to you, the top, the chairperson, sorry, the head teacher. If they cannot share values, then it's quite hard. What does it require then? Because the deputies in government institutions, they are posted by the government. In private, they have been appointed for reasons. Okay? They have been appointed and you may not be able to change them. What are you going to do as the head teacher? It requires you to study them and then know how you're going to manage. Don't request for a joint report. If that's what it required, you may not need to request for a joint report because you very well know your DOS cannot sit together with a deputy to come up with something joint. They will not agree. So try to move it in that direction as you study them, because it's not ending tomorrow and you will not keep it like that forever. We have the definition of a team. I gave that. We have that. We have the story of a team. You see those people and those objects. Where do we form the teaming? At least one member, I give you 1 minute to watch, and then you tell me how the team is likely to be formed. A simple comment about team building and teamwork. I'm leaving it to you. You will study it. We are sending you a soft copy on your emails. You sit down, watch it, it will be active. Those are the people we are going to have in our team. Do we see any relatedness? We have the boiling pan, the pan, the cup, the screen, and everything you see there. Is there any relatedness? Those are the members that we have in our schools. Those are the people we lead for administrators. And for teachers, those are your classrooms. Yes. You have people from wherever they come from. And as we speak today, where people have got affected by COVID-19 differently, these are the classes that we are going to have. Think about how you're going to manage your class. I've already said to the people I've happened to teach that a teacher, once assigned, may not need a written direction that please manage your class this way. We have all gone under training and we've learned something to do with individual differences. Let us put it into practice as we manage these different teams. For a manager, as you manage the people who are working at the school, the teachers, the support staff, every other person that you have in your team, just always remember the pictures that I've shown you. And do not imagine that these people can ever be the same. So you need to do more work regarding studying who they are and how you're going to manage to move with them. We have the C's, the 3 C's of team players. We have committedness, we have collaborativeness, and we have competitiveness. How do we prove to be committed? You are head teacher. We've seen people resigning within 1 day or 2 after being appointed. By show of hands, let me see the people who are operating in government schools. We have witnessed people who have been posted to schools and they resign the following day. Then people begin wondering now, we posted so and so, the ministry people that is. They say we posted so and so to the school, but he has not reported up to 1 month. Who is now managing the school? The deputy or the director of studies. Why? The committedness is needed. Being committed means you are going to allow yourself to understand what that institution is. And it doesn't end, it continues. So the committedness you're starting with when you're posted to that school or when you are appointed must continue. As you make corrections here and there, you should be committed, you should remain firm. Once you begin losing the stamina, as the common language is, then there are problems. There are problems. So let us remain committed as we are leading the teams. The teams, I said, for the administrators, it is the workforce. For the teachers, they are the classes that we manage. Let us remain committed. We have the collaborativeness, coming together, working together. As you understand these people with your committedness, find a way of working with them. We may not guarantee that we shall be able to succeed with this because some people are hard to deal with, but with your committedness, you'll manage. There are certain things that you're going to get to the grassroots and do them yourself. Yes, to avoid disagreement and wrangles and fights sometimes. I gave an example of a new head teacher being posted to a school. You're posted there, people have their background and they have always glorified them. One participant, one facilitator here mentioned that there are people who have insisted on carrying what they have had, meaning that they have not been in position to unlearn, okay? So it may take 2 years, 3 years of your service there, or even in never. These people fail to learn. So you are supposed to look at how best you can collaborate. How can you work with them? If it fails, do we lose number one? We remain committed and then forge our way forward. The last one, the competitiveness. Dr. Chinji mentioned about the trainings we have in Nkumba. That is for all the schools. But as teachers and education managers, I would like to advise that as you look at teaching as your choice, Think about every other knowledge that you need. You heard the US mentioning that at a certain point, after acquiring grade 2, and then grade 3, then a diploma and a bachelor's, he switched and went to human resource management to get knowledge about that. And I've always advised the people that those who have opportunity, please think around training when you still have the ability. You may not have an increase in the salary, but there is nobody who is richer than the person who has the knowledge and skills. We agree or not? You may have your money. Dr. Chinji mentioned that even the tycoons of Kampala will definitely go back to school to look for knowledge and skills. So if it was money that would work or any other thing, then they wouldn't go back. So let us seek for knowledge. Let us seek for knowledge and skills. And then we can be competent at the end of the day. There are people who cannot stand firm to speak about what they are doing. Someone comes, an inspector comes in to the school, you think about the envelopes because you cannot really explain what has gone on in the school for the past 1 month. If anything, you cannot competently explain the school foundation and what you are aiming at the school and whatever you're doing within the school. So you say, this man has come in. Basa, do you have some 50,000 so that we can put it in the envelope? I don't know if they go for 50,000 or more, but we have our friends to operate it that way. In order to sustain the committedness, the collaborativeness, you must be competent. And let us struggle to look for the knowledge and skills that are going to make us competent. We have this, bypassing it. I'm not talking about it because we shall have to go through to top up what I have given you. We have, how does a team work best? Teams succeed when members have a commitment to common objectives. No, it's not what I want. A commitment to common objectives. We mentioned earlier that we are supposed to be committed. How are the rest of the members going to become committed? Now that question goes to the leaders in the respective categories of teams that we are talking about. You may ask me, how am I going to form a team in my classroom? This is the group that is in your hands. Unless you team up with them, you are likely not to achieve. And then being committed requires them to have a common objective with you. If it is staff, they must know what is our objective. And what does that get us to? It requires us to inform them. It requires us to have them informed. You saw the members who were here, members of staff. We had our top supervisors and our parents, for that matter. They were here. Unless they know how important it is to meet the people we have invited into the house, they would not come. But because they know, that's why you saw them around. The members of staff from the School of Education are around. We received the Director, Postgraduate Studies and Research, because they know the objective of having you here. So let us have that in our schools where we operate from. Define the roles and responsibilities. How do we do that? People have contracts given for the managers. I've shared with some employers in private institutions and they shy away from giving out appointment letters. But why? Since we are learning, unlearning and relearning, let us learn today that when you sign an agreement with someone, it becomes easier for you to monitor and to evaluate. The people, some of us do not want to give contracts, will be hard to supervise at the end of the day. You only need to understand which language you are including in that letter you are giving. That it must be clear to this person. Secondly, it must be leading you to your objective. Otherwise, let us learn. People, if you have not been giving these appointment letters to the employees you have at your schools, let us change the version. I will be there to help you draft the best language in that appointment that will allow you to work collaboratively with these people for achievement. Effective decision system, communication and work procedures. Then we also have good personal relationships. For the previous one, effective decision system, that is originating from the contracts we are signing with these people. That before you make a decision, it must have a procedure. Where does it start from and where is it supposed to end? If I have assigned you some work, I will always refer to the agreement we made. If I don't have that agreement, this person is going to reason you out at all times. They will find a way of dodging. So let us agree today with our theme of learning, unlearning and relearning, to learn today that we must make a commitment, agree with these people and sign an agreement with them before we take them up. The same applies to the teachers in classrooms. You receive a group at the beginning of the term. You do not have any targets set. What direction do you intend to take them to? They will keep on asking you questions. We are together. They will keep on asking you questions. Some of the managers here, realistically speaking, how often do you hold the staff meetings a term? You have already dodged that. Why? Because they are going to raise a lot of questions. But I earlier on mentioned that unless you are informed, this is the only way you are going to manage your operations in the school. Let us plan for that. Let us think twice about that. Set objectives with a team you are working with at classroom level and at managerial level. The good personal relationships, that one is clear to us. We must have these relationships well managed. I told you it all starts with understanding people, their likes and dislikes. It's a task on us. The managers, you are supposed to understand the people you are working with. What do they want? Who are they? Who are they? Before you set your regulations and requirements and evaluate and punish, who are they? What contract have you signed with them? And then you'll be able to develop the relationship. Because when we sign an agreement and I'm not able to fulfill a particular requirement, then I'll have to tell you that, please, I think for this particular one, if they were 3, I request there and then that, please, for this particular one, I think I will not manage. Please advise. And then you advise. Like I said earlier, you may need to shift these responsibilities to other people. You shift the responsibility to another person. And then you can manage the remuneration for the private institution, because what you take must be accounted for. So let us do serious study. Nkumba, we teach education planning and management for the education managers at all levels, that is the head teacher, the deputy, the director of studies. We train you and you will not regret. So the opening is there. Team morale depends on the support, the resources, the communication and personalities. Support from who? Support from all parties in the team. Them and you, who is leading the team. Then the resources, study what you have around you. Resources range from the money that we begin with is thinking about, the time, the feedback, and every other thing. Those are all resources. What is there that we are going to use to be able to achieve the objectives we've set as a team? Look into that. If it is a classroom, what resources do we have to help us achieve our objectives? Make it clear to them that this is what we have with us that will help us achieve. Unless you guide them, they cannot be able to tell. Head teachers, you know this. Government head teachers, it's you and the government who know the budget. It is never shared by the staff. And then in private, you keep this in your offices. But it's not so good. You may not tell them the details because most of the whatever is required is carried on your head. You know to balance up this and that. But at least try to guide them. We have their budgets prepared according to departments. Monitor that. And that's why I call upon you to at least get the knowledge about management and planning. You plan for the team you're going to manage, and then you manage according to your plan. The communication is all about informing them what is on ground, giving feedback, monitoring, and continuously evaluating. The personalities, I mentioned that we need to understand the people we are dealing with, who they are and what they want. Now we have the stages of team building. We form a group or we form a team. And forming that team will require us to know who the people are that we have in the team. You get to a school, you're an administrator, you should know the head teacher, you should know everyone who is in the school. Then the director of studies knows the staff, that they are going to timetable and all that regarding studies. Then the teacher in the classroom should know the learners. What category of learners are you having? We have always dodged child study. And it's a common practice to us that after training, we do not continue with that child study, but it's very important because it's the only way you are going to know which type of learners you have in your class. And without that, you'll always have headache. You'll always have headache because you do not know the people you're leading. After knowing them, you'll know which language you are going to use and how you're going to get what you want from them. We have the storming. The storming is about understanding the objectives. What do we have on ground? We are in a senior 2 class. We are in a P5 class. We are in a private school. We are in a government school. What do we have to understand? We are employees. We are working. We are paid. We are supposed to be evaluated at a certain point, and we are supposed to report at a certain point. That is the storming. You conduct meetings and inform them of what is there to understand. Then the norming are the standards you set. How are we going to run it's a project. How are we going to run it? You are an administrator, you are the head teacher, you are the director of studies, you are the deputy. The team you have before you must know what you are aiming at. And after knowing, then the norming, you set standards. If it is reporting, when are we reporting? And about what? Then it takes us back to the contracts that we talked about. What did you include in the contract of these people? This is what they are going to refer to. That's why I said that if you don't extend this communication to them, I expect ABCD from you. It might be hard for you to ask them where what you asked for is, because you did not set it at the beginning. Then we have the performance. Having set the background for the team, you get into performance and then you begin working accordingly. But then performing means that you're going to follow up. You are going to follow up as people work. You discipline at certain points. You punish, not making people lie down for sticks if you're the head teacher, but reminding them of their obligation. And when it all fails, what do we do for that matter? Government head teachers, what do we do if it all fails? You have disciplined, you have tried to punish a bit. What do we do? Government head teachers now that this teacher was posted to your school, but try to understand whatever she or he is supposed to do, but does not fulfill. What do you do? I beg your pardon? Who arranges the transfer now? There we are. There we are. But with the serious monitoring, you'll be able to tell if this person is not fulfilling or is fulfilling. And you have to respect the school authority by understanding what you're required to do. If it's government, you report back that please, the person you sent to me is not doing the work. Therefore, I'm deporting. You deport that person and is taken to the school where they deserve to be. How about in a private school? A private school where you are head teacher, but you are not a founder. And the person we are talking about is a niece or daughter of the founder. I leave that to you because you know how to deal with your people. Yeah, but you have always to think about it, and through your day-to-day monitoring, you should be able to compile what is going on because you have an objective set to have a successful team. This piece of work is, I'll request that we try as much as we can to go through when we get it because we all need it, right from the people who are in class and the people who do the management. We have some steps here for the construction of a successful team. You constitute the team, you list the members. That one I went through it already. You set the ground rules, you define the roles to them. You lead by example. This is all here in the next slides, but I'm trying to summarize it. Then you also recognize the team achievements. This is not a common thing. It's not common. We don't recognize. But in management and planning, we say that as you monitor, you know who has done what. Recognize. By recognizing, we not only recognize the failures, but we also recognize the achievements. And when do we reward? When do we reward our people? Something simple. Just a good lunch at the end of the term. You come together. A simple statement to them, please. Madam so-and-so, we appreciate throughout this term, you have done this and this and that. It is supportive to the team. Just that, to recognize, okay? We pick that. and take it to the schools than just looking at them year in, year out. You only demand for what they are doing, what you expect them to give. We have continuously assess, encourage self-assessment by the people you are leading and yourself. Then lastly, the assessment, self-assessment by the manager. There is something here that I would want us to look at. This journey of managing a team may not be easy, but we are expected to note that in order to achieve, then we must take care of it. This is one that we have to lead by example. We have to lead by example, making sure that we have these people fulfill. When we set objectives, we have to make sure that we fulfill with the people leading others. When we are giving feedback after evaluation, assessment, we have a way of giving feedback to people. Let's communicate in the language they understand. Talk to these people because you have set your objectives together. Call these people. Get your copies of agreements that you have set with them. Try to go through. The language of managers is called appraisal. Appraise once in a while. Surprise them. Surprise them and call them to ground and let them pull out their contracts and their agreements that they've signed with you. Okay? Ask them to go one by one of their obligations that they were supposed to fulfill. Let them tell you how far they have moved so far. And in that way, you'll end up agreeing. We are addressing any problem that we might find after our appraisal. We are saying that you state your views in a clear, non-judgmental language. You've gone through the contract or the agreement that you have signed with this person, and 80% is fault. This person has defaulted. We may not raise our voices. Yes, let's ask them, do you still think you can fulfill? Or what is your view about what we have found out? Because from number 1 up to number 9, you have not fulfilled. You have only number 10 fulfilled. Give them a hearing. Let them tell you what they think they can do. Then clarify the core issues. The truth is that no one would wish to lead a team which is not moving, to lead a team where people do what they want, to lead a team where people fulfill only 80% or 90%. Sorry, fulfilling 10% out of 100, defaulting 90%. You are not moving. So action has to be taken. We have the behaviors in the team. We need to be careful with them. We have this person trying to give a feedback, but in that way. What do you think with that picture? What is that type of giving feedback? So that's what we might do. But we avoid that and then do it in a constructive way. We have this where every member can help in solving the problem. After identifying gaps here and there, who helps now? Is it the head teacher? Alone, we are seeing the puppies giving support. Yes, the person has fallen down. It's the puppies now helping. As the mother also brings in the hand to lift, but they've been playing together. We need everybody's input, and at the end of it all, we believe that we can always achieve. For schools to succeed, we must have a vision and leadership that will take us to new heights. As these people get assigned, as you get assigned in the institution where you are, at any level, we must think of the way to move forward. And together with the other 3 C's, being committed, collaborating, and being competent, then we can move. The second class that I had is revisiting the school foundation. When we talk of the school foundation, we refer to the vision, the founder's interest and objective, and then we can also think about the new direction. We have these schools in place where we are serving, but they had their original plan. The founder who started that school had an objective. Study those things. One facilitator here mentioned that when you want to hide something from Africans, you put it in. You are leading a school whose foundation you don't know. But as an assignment, I told you, for me, I'm a teacher. And I'm proud of being a teacher. I think I'm one of 100 who go to teaching that went there willingly. Yes, with a smiling face, I chose to be a teacher. Visit the foundation of the school and try to understand what the school was intended for. Then you begin doing whatever you're thinking about towards the objective. If there is anything to change, go through the procedures. Engage the founders if they are there. Engage the authorities if they are there. And then you can introduce. Then the new direction, you need to communicate. And finally, teamwork. The very last one is now inspiration before you expire. You've been to those schools, you've led them for some good years, you've been to that classroom, you've taught it for the past 20, 30 years. How many people have you inspired to take the same steps that you have always sung when you are communicating to them? When facilitators were coming here, they were mentioning I was taught by so and so. I'm one of the proud teachers around because I have over 3 or 4 that I prepared out of the people that we have here. And then there is someone who is, I think we have an English person here and I'm safe. The proudest. We have that, Mr. Chiwanuka. Proudest. What do we say then? Most proud. So we have the most proud person here as Mr. Chiwanuka, because he has us all in his hands, right from primary up to where we are. And I'm one of them. So we need to look at our efforts. We have invested a lot of efforts for so many years, from the first year you started working as a teacher up to where you are today. Always try to follow the seeds you're planting. How are they moving on? Because what they portray is what you planted. If you're seeing something negative out of your learners, that means it's what you planted. And will it make you happy? So let us try to trace where we invest our efforts. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our Dean and the presenter of the session that has just ended. I don't know, maybe I would request you to stand up and stretch a bit for a minute before I invite the next presenter, because I inquired about lunch and they told me it still waits for some few minutes. And for that, I request to switch in another presenter as lunch gets ready. Tom, you want to give us a kaimba? Okay.
As teachers, I think we know how to sing. May I see everybody stand? We are going to sing. When I say, be my way, you also tell me, be my way. Okay? It goes like this. Be my way, be my way, be my way, be my way, be my way. Are you getting that? And we accompany it with a hand clap. Don't mind. Okay? Be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way. And some teachers don't know how to climb. Be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way. Lord Jesus, be my way. You know that one? We continue. Be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way, be my way. Lord Jesus, be my way, be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way, be my way. Lord Jesus. Now all of you touch your hands here. And when you say be my way, you do like that. Everybody begin. Including the Muslim. Assalamu alaikum. Be my way, be my way, be my way, be my way, be my way. Lord Jesus. Be my way, be my way. Be my way, be my way, be my way. Lord Jesus. A hand clap, up. Remain standing until the presenter allows you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Allow me to invite Dr. John Paul Kasuja to come and take us into the next session. Doctor, you're very welcome.
Good afternoon. I was requested to present to you two sub-themes. The first one was education for sustainable development, and another one was education for global citizenship. education. But in my presentation, I've combined both. And don't worry, sometimes it is hard to concentrate when food is on the table, but the presentation will not last longer than 10 minutes. Okay. In a globalized world with unresolved social, political, economic, and environmental challenges, education that helps building peaceful and sustainable societies is essential. So in most cases, if you have such challenges, the only weapon you can use is education. So as teachers and other stakeholders, it is essential to fully integrate transformative approaches in the teaching and learning to strengthen education's contribution to fulfillment of human rights, peace and responsible citizenship from local to global levels, gender equality, sustainable development, and health. So you can see that all what the previous presenters have been presenting here is incorporated in this. The ultimate goal of education is to produce that type of citizen who is well-grounded in all these aspects. Sometimes I keep on asking my students, you are here for education, but what is education for? And some students are undergraduate, others are postgraduate. And you find that so many students there study to have papers, study to be promoted, but that should change, because we should study. Few students who can tell you that I'm in this organization or in this school, and in this area, I have observed this gap that we are missing. And by coming here to study this course, I think I'm going to bridge that gap in my organization. They will say promotion, get a better job. So in education, we should aim at bridging those gaps whenever we see or we identify them. So, but for us teachers, what is our role in the promotion of education for sustainable development and global citizenship education? So how can we try to make sure that we prepare our students, and also we make sure we monitor our staff to ensure that these two are realized? The first aspect to policymakers is to develop programs to promote ECD and GCED and bring them to the mainstream of formal, non-formal, and informal education through systematic or system-wide interventions, teacher training, curricular reform, and pedagogical support. So if you're here and you are a policy maker or a policy implementer, you must ensure that these policies that are developed, if you don't develop, then make sure you implement the right way. Why? We do this because we think we would address the global challenges such as human rights, gender equality, health comprehensive, sexuality education, some of teachers even fear to talk about sex education. And yet it is very key. If you refuse to talk about it, the students or our children will take a different path, because they will get access to information through technological advancement. So it is better for you to guide climate change, sustainable livelihoods, and responsible and engaged citizenship based on national experiences and capabilities. So one of those key issues will still stick to education, because in many cases, you'll find parents actually talking about, I'm taking my child to this school because they speak English and they pass highly. But that is not an indicator of general education. So if you have not taught the student how to live with others, then the examination score that is high is actually useless, because this learner will get a very good job, but if it does not have good interpersonal relationships, then we'll lose the job immediately. So that's why it is always important to train the learners to accommodate all situations, and not only in one aspect of examination score. The other role that we must play when we are in education as teachers and administrators, we need to provide learners with opportunities to acquire throughout life the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that are needed to build peaceful, healthy, and sustainable societies. So we are talking about an education system that encompasses the psychomotor, the cognitive, and the affective domains. But we are talking about here, in most cases, people are thinking about the cognitive domain only. And by doing that, you'd wonder, have you ever asked yourselves, this country has many religions and people pray. This country has many highly educated people. In spite of all of that, we still have challenges. Why? Is it education? Is it the way these people are trained? So as educational policymakers and implementers, we must think about that. The other aspect is to develop and disseminate good practices in educational sustainable development and global citizenship education within and between countries to better implement education programs and enhance international cooperation and understanding. One time we were traveling with some people, some colleagues, and we reached in a country where for them, their chicken was snake. And when they brought it, people said, no. We cannot do this. So what they treasure was totally different from what we eat. So then I told them that in this world, there's nothing that is not eatable. It depends on the ecology where you have grown up from. So in some societies, when you don't eat snake, some societies, it is a treasure. In Southern Sudan, I have a friend of mine who told me that, you, Dr. Kasuja, you say for us we eat small birds, and they are small. But you, Baganda, you eat grasshoppers. These things are very small. So it depends on the ecology. So it is upon in the training of our children in the education system for them to be liberal and me, when I travel and I find people, as long as they are eating, I also explore. Okay. So we have eaten dogs, but yes, because if you stay there and it's the only thing to be eaten, you die. So it is when you travel in countries like China, dog meat is there. It is hard to prepare. So when you travel to countries like Mexico, if you take a person out here for a date, the first thing they will say is chips and chicken, and to be a good date. But in Mexico, it is chips and snake. It's because they are near Amazon, where snakes are like. So you adapt to those situations, because if you don't adapt, you are going to be left behind. So that is what we mean, to train children for global citizenship, and not only to be to be employable in Uganda or in one country. They should be in a position to be employable internationally, so that they can be accommodated in all aspects. So that's what it means. So an education system should not be actually entirely looking at your local environment only, but should also be catering for the global aspects of society. The other one is support the development of more robust assessment systems for ECD and GCED to assess cognitive, social, emotional, and behavioral learning outcomes using existing and proven tools. And in some cases where they are not, where these tools are not effective, then you can develop more, so that the assessment of the learners should not actually be only based on the cognitive aspect. We need to think about that, especially in education in Africa, where we think if someone has failed an exam, then is stupid, which is not true. So we need to find means of trying to evaluate or assess learners based on different aspects and not on cognitive aspect. So I think the Ministry of Education has started rolling out such systems in education, in primary, which is self-centered learning, and then it has also started in secondary, senior one, so that learners can be assessed on different aspects and not only on the cognitive aspect. It's something that is actually affecting us in the continent, in Uganda and in the continent, where you find someone has a lot of theory, but cannot practically invent a drug. So you'll find systems of such situations. We talk about them, but we do not implement, because the type of assessment and the type of education that is existing would need some form of redesigning. When I was last year in May, I was waiting to see the first African country of scientists to come up with the COVID-19 vaccination drug last year. And because our scientists were saying we are going to come up with a vaccine, but I was so disappointed up to now. It has not been out. So, but it does not surprise anyone, because it is the system of our education that requires our change to change, because it requires us to be global and sustainable. it also needs to promote an interdisciplinary and, if necessary, multi-stakeholder approach to ensure ECD and GCD at all levels and in all forms of education, including thorough human rights education and training, promoting a culture of peace and non-violence. So these aspects are global. They can also be national. One day I was presenting a paper in Sweden, and the paper was on African culture. And I was saying something that I've grown up seeing, that in African culture, a woman greets while kneeling. And I did not know that I was inviting a very big debate. And the ladies were asking, what about men? If men are greeting ladies, can they also kneel? Then I said, no, it is a taboo. Then I said, no, that is very dangerous. It is an abuse of women's rights. You get a point. So, so how do you catch up with a situation where you engage with such people, or you marry such people, or you get married to such people? And this should be addressed globally within our education system. I was also telling them that an African man is synonymous with marrying many women. But a woman, if he's married, is not supposed to do that. And it also became a very big debate. And then they told me, what? So you mean if my husband marries another woman, can't I also get married to another man while in this marriage? Then I said, that's a taboo. Then they said, you have to change it. You get it? So these aspects actually can come in education in a global perspective. And then the core of it is, what are those important measures for ESD and GCED? The first one is technology. So very many people here are negative of this issue called technology. But I can assure you cannot run away from technology, especially when you're a teacher. You not run away from technology unless you want to quit the profession. And even when you quit it, you will still find technology somewhere. On your phone, in the bank system, you still find it. So if it is there, what about in education? So we need to put focus on that. Reduce, reuse, and recycle approach. So we have systems where teachers say, me these notes are the notes I use, year in, year out. So there is a need for you to keep on updating your notes, because many things keep on changing with time. And if you do not do that and do research to see in your area what has changed for you to accommodate, you are going to be left out. And the same applies to our programs, the same applies to our ways of teaching, and all those aspects that contain education. We also need to promote environmental education and awareness. That is self-explanatory. Resource utilization as per carrying capacity, and then improving quality of life, including social, culture, and economic dimensions. So the first aspect in trying to change society is sticking to culture. Societies without cultures cannot transform. So many people say Europeans don't have cultures. They do, and they respect them so much because they are the cores of their development. Unlike in Africa, where we despise it. And for you to go there, And if you are malaria prone and they tell you there is a bomb for you, then you say that is satanic. So we need to think about that to our children, our students, and us ourselves. Then, in conclusion, all what we have been discussing and those from previous presenters point to four things. So amidst the challenges educators face, our teaching must focus on the four pillars of education. These pillars are actually identified in UNESCO. And these pillars are learning to know, it is to be informed, and then learning to do, that is applicability of what you've learned. Can you put in practice what you've learned? If you can't put it in practice, then you did not learn. Yeah? And then learning to be, and then learning to live together. So an education system should be designed to foster national unity, international unity. And if an education system doesn't foster that, then it is useless, because it has to put people into a situation where they can live together peacefully, politically, socially, and economically. So for further reading, I identify those two sources to read more. Philip Bamba is 2020. The book is called Teach Education for Sustainable Development and Global Citizenship, Critical Perspectives on Values, Curriculum, and Assessment. That book, you can also look at it. You can view it on the web, on if you are the university student here, or candidate, or what, you can access it on the university library e-learning. And then the same applies to this UNESCO 2017 Education for Sustainable Development and Global Citizenship, Transforming and Sustaining our World Through Learning. This is a regional report on technical workshop. It was a workshop report, and this is for East and Central Africa. So those ideas were actually incorporated in that workshop and presented in a form of a report. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Dr. John Paul for the presentation. Allow me to recognize and request all members of Nkumba University staff who are attending this workshop for gracing it, but you're seated among the participants. Kindly stand up for recognition. School of Science, Mr. Muira, thank you very much for being around. Thank you, Mr. JB. Thank you, Madam. School of Business Administration and Information Technology. Thank you for being around. ICT Department Director, yeah, he's a presenter. You're very welcome, but he was a facilitator as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Katambala, School of Social Science, kindly stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And all directors of studies, head teachers, but you are students here, but you among the participants, kindly stand up for recognition, Shay. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you for attending. Thank you very much. The Baganda have a saying that you know, Baganda are people of spirits, and they know that someone can speak when spirits come upon that person. but when spirits come upon that person, he does not speak your words, he speaks his words. And that way, they have a saying, which I quote, Lubale wa mulamu tasamirirwa. So with us is the principal academic registrar of Nkumba University. I would like him to come and greet us with his own spirits. according to that saying, as we wait for lunch. Mr. Tom is coming to pick some questions which have been written down, but also after the principal academic registrar has greeted us, that session, as we continue to wait for lunch that is here for a few minutes, you will be on floor as participants to begin exchanging with us in some of the questions you have not written down or you have written down. They have written. Feel free to share to hand over some of the written questions to Mr. Kavuba as he comes, but still after the registrar, it is going to be that session is going to start as we wait for the after lunch session where we shall also pick our certificates and go away. Thank you once again, a bigger round of applause for the arrival of the principal academic registrar to greet us. Sir, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll begin by making a correction. The title of principal is too big. My boss is about to come and he will come and give you a message, but saying the principal, it means I'm even bigger than him. I'm actually the senior assistant academic registrar, and my name is Otim John William. My only issue here is to come and greet you, but when they say greetings, in my culture, they say when a visitor comes, he is allowed to greet. But even if he says good morning, good afternoon, whichever way he greets, he or she has not yet greeted you properly. I come from, my minister was here. He said he's a minister of education in the culture of Teso. And for that case, he has taught me, and I would not regret to say what I speak and my confidence here comes from him and others. I can't forget Mr. Chiwanuka, who is here. I know he may not remember me, but he was one of the pillars for my survival now. I would also like to say that the teachers, somebody said they are those ones who are head teachers, directors, but they're here. They say you cannot become a director, you cannot become a head teacher before becoming a teacher. Learning is a continuous evil, I'll call it an evil, that you can't avoid. Coming here to sit is not just for vain, not for free. You are not wasting time here. My call is that let us continue passing the message. Somebody mentioned here that there are some people who have given up in the profession, especially at that time when this serious global pandemic came in. I was seeing on TV and reading on papers, listening on radios about what was happening to the teachers. And the teachers became a laughing what? A laughing matter. But I'm so grateful that we still have those who say, never say die. Even if we have been abused in whichever way, we cannot throw away our profession. The profession is like a parent. You cannot deny your father, your mother. however much he or she is looking bad. So coming here is a very big grace to Nkumba University, but also a very good achievement to you because you leave this place this afternoon with an addition. I'm very sure that there are people here who are more experienced than me in the field of teaching. But when I speak, at least they will pick something small, which they will add on. That's why we are here. And I pray that in the future, in case such a call comes, please don't hesitate to come. Don't say, these are the very things that I learned last time. Yes, it might be the same things, but the people presenting may be different. Even if they are the same people, I would bear you witness that if we called the very people who have been here to make a presentation on the same document, I'm sure they will not use exactly the same words. That's why I say learning is a continuous evil. We shall keep on correcting ourselves as we continue. And that's why we are here. It's not like we're saying you don't know how to manage yourself. It's not like we're saying you have not been learning. We're just trying to remind you and make an addition. That's why we're encouraging you to be here. I don't want to make it my day because I expect more communication and more discussions from the topics we have received today. And I would like to say, feel free, feel at Nkumba, though others say feel at home. Please feel free and give a discussion, give your presentation whenever need comes. Thank you so much for listening to me, and you are always welcome to Nkumba University.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for the academic registrar assistant. Now it is our turn. The mic is here, ladies and gentlemen. I know there are written questions, but feel free to come on stage now and make a reaction. For example, I would like myself to begin. As this session started, I was a participant seated somewhere and I was learning, and later came this side to do my work. But I can still say I was learning because the workshop is about learning. And the first presenter, I would like to throw my question is the Dean, School of Education. In her presentation, she talks about building a team building. And then in her presentation, she says, one must be committed. She stressed commitment so much, collaboration, then another one, confident, competent, must be competent, you must be collaborative. But Madam, mine is about being committed. How do you advise me to be committed? I am a government teacher, and I am new on payroll, and I am, how do you call it, posting. I am posted to a school very far from my home area. This is my first time to go there. I can use the Karamoja as an example. And while I'm there, there is no house, staff quarters. It's not there. It's a walkable distance of here to Namuranda. Is it Namuranda? Where you can rent a house. That's where the house, place of residence can be. And the people look at me there as a visitor, as a foreigner. My name is Sekamanya, and in this area, they are saying, they look at me and they are saying, why is government sending here people like these ones? If you get chance to get closer, that is what members' faces are saying. Even when you ask for a matchbox, somebody says we don't have, when actually after some hour, you'll see somebody had 3. Even when you want a ready pen, somebody say, this one. Unless you bought the border and you go, here there is no shop. What do you advise that person in terms of being committed? He loves the job. He dreamt of a payroll. It has come. This is the environment. How does the commitment come in? And then that person probably works on transfer and he goes to another area, which is almost there. They are saying, this man is putting on coats. He thinks here it is coats. This man, do you see how he thinks this is how he's dressing? This he's going, he doesn't know the world. He's going teaching this one. What is your advice to that person, Madam Dean? Thank you very much. As other, please come. As other questions come to the floor, please, participants, it's our time now to come here and quiz the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sekamanya. My question is to you or to any other person. Is it okay if someone contributes to your question before it is addressed the person who's supposed to be answering it? Okay. Now, for me, the first thing I would say, things don't come immediately. You've been posted to that place. For you to make friendship, it doesn't just come in one day. You have to take a step by step. Obviously, in any community, apart from those hospitable tribes and other people, but there will be some hostility at the first time. Now, it depends on your social relationships and how you will convince those people to be your friends and how you adapt with time. And with time, your commitment will come. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the microphone is ours, please. Yes,
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to, first of all, thank, before that, my name is J.B. Matovu, lecturer from School of the Duke. First of all, thank the first presenter, Mr. Chiwanuka, who pointed important aspects about a traditional teacher. But then my question is, what are some of the uncommon practices by a traditional teacher currently, which teachers should avoid? Because I remember he talked about creativity, teacher being very creative, which is very good. And especially, I may say to mathematics teachers, creativity is very crucial. But again, you find some uncommon practices. Then the second one goes to Madame Nakas. First of all, I thank her very much for the presentation. But again, you find that there is a need to boost up the societal perspective about teachers currently. Because society deems a teacher poorly along economic gains and others. But the question is now, what are the empowerment strategies to boost the societal perspective about teachers currently? And the third question goes to the third presenter. He was Dr. Chiyinji. I thank him very much for the presentation. Presentation was about education and well-being, where I noted something about psychology and mental health. Then there is psycho-social issues and mental health. What are some of the psycho-social issues that society must avoid as a derivative of education? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. JB. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I salute you all in your respective capacities. I am Lawrence Luyimbazi, Wakiso Senior Secondary School, near the district headquarters, Wakiso. I thank the presenters, but I have a question or concern. I have had few issues about the new curriculum from our presenters. Now, like we in secondary, we are learning how to practice or to put into practice the new curriculum, because the old one, as my colleagues can testify, we have been teaching, not facilitating. What has the university done in the training of the new teachers about the new curriculum? Is there a way you are going to retrain now, like the students who are in third year, maybe, and they are coming to the system? So is there a way, are you going to inculcate some of the new modules into your university curriculum such that it can, of course, contain what is in the new curriculum? I've not heard about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Dean, may I invite you once again? I request we first answer these ones, then we come back and pick others. Let us first respond to these ones. We go for lunch. Probably we pick others when we are coming back. Madam Dean.
Thank you very much, our chair of this session, and thank you, members. I have majorly noted about the new policy of teacher education that, yes, it has been put in place, but we continue to study what it is and how to implement it. The fact remains that for a person who is upgrading, as in Kumba University, we have been managing those people who are upgrading because we don't have to redo everything, okay? Especially people at diploma level. We don't do everything. We don't redo everything. We have things to do with the credit transfers, and they are regulated by National Council and accepted. So when you apply as a person who is upgrading, we shall study what you covered at the previous level, and we shall find a way of fitting you in the new application you've made to upgrade. That is simpler because we respect whatever policies are put on board, because they govern us all as universities and teacher trainers. So we don't disrespect anything, but we treat individuals differently, because now if I say National Council regulates it, we have the minimum that we can transfer. That minimum that we can transfer, we consider it depending on what you have achieved. So if you come in, like previously you have been studying for 3 years and the bachelor's was required for 3 years, yes, you apply for bachelor's degree for 3 years. But when you come in with your diploma, we have to look at what you scored. at the diploma. And then we transfer a maximum of 12 units, which constitute an academic year at Nkumba. Depending on your scores, it's not a guarantee. Depending on how you have scored. Because you very well know that if you have failed or if you have scored low, then you cannot transfer such a mark. You deserve to redo so that you can master the content. So that's how we have been treating, and we continue treating the teachers who are upgrading. Which other question was it? No, this one. Another question was the support we are giving as Nkumba University to the outgoing team of trained teachers regarding the new curriculum. Nkumba University has always reviewed the programs according to regulations and according to need. So our teachers are prepared already. They have the skills and they have the knowledge to fit into the new curriculum, depending on the nature of our programs. However, we continue to have internal seminars for them to prepare them. Even the respective lecturers who handle respective course units prepare these learners these outgoing teachers accordingly. It is methodology that was handled and the change of the structure of the curriculum at secondary school, whose literature is available everywhere. We have it, and we have continued to orient our outgoing teachers. So that's how prepared Nkumba is. And as I said earlier, we work as a team. We continue to receive their inquiries. We continue to follow them up, even when they leave, that they will always call back and we guide them. And now that you have pioneered the honoring of invitations to Nkumba as the teachers and administrators, I believe when we continue working together, when you become our agents, you'll help us to identify where there is a need in the community, and then we shall step into support, to continue supporting. Why am I saying so? It's because this was introduced, the new curriculum to secondary schools was introduced with, I cannot say full preparedness of the teachers. And as our theme today states, we continue learning. We learn, unlearn, and we learn. Okay? So the learning will not end. Even tomorrow we might have another curriculum introduced. So we shall continue helping people and supporting them. MC, I submit. I have other questions here. I don't know if the MC permits me to proceed.
Thank you very much, Dean. I would like you to rest for a while. Assistant Academic Registrar, do you have one to answer?
I just wanted to make an addition on the question relating to the preparedness of Nkumba University in relation to the new curriculum. My belief and what I've read is that the only thing that does not change is change. Whenever anything new comes, we try as much as possible to adjust and adopt to, so long as we understand that it is important for our continuity. So Nkumba University is not are operating in a vacuum. We are being regulated by National Council of Higher Education. And we follow the guidelines. Once the policy comes in, yes, we internalize the policy, but still respect the guidance from National Council of Higher Education. Remember, programs are run as scheduled, and therefore we cannot just wake up in the morning and say, because this has changed, we must change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Someone has asked about the policy. Excuse me, that when is it being implemented? It started this year, 2021. I'm reading. Thematic Policy Action 4. Someone asked, when is the program for studying for 4 years starting? Is it of Nkumba University only or for the entire universities in Uganda in education section? So the policy is, you remember like a month ago, there was a conference on education, National Teacher Conference on Education. They re-emphasized, but it was passed in March 2020 during the lockdown. One of the key issues is the thematic policy 4. It says implementation roadmap. National Teacher Policy Standard and Policy Implementation launched on the 5th October, 2019, marking the beginning of implementation. In place there are Teacher Policy Implementation Steering Committee and others. So, Policy Implementation Standard 1, admission and enrollment quality training. Implication, no more admission of S4 leavers to teacher trainees. So that means that they'll have to first complete S6. So it is a challenge. Before, when we are training our students of early childhood, they could not take them on easily if they didn't go for certificate. But now they are saying that from early childhood to other levels, one must have an A-level certificate or upgraded to that level. Then admission of S6 leavers to teach and training, to teacher and training institutions will start in 2021. I think this is the year. Admission and training starts this year. This is 2021. Admissions most time will take place from August. Application and selection is to be done decentralized to training colleges. Candidates will undergo selection interviews at college level. Need for sensitization and career guidance of S6 students on available options. So I think I've answered that one. So not only Nkumba University, but all teachers. Why is it so? Because someone asked, the first question was, how are we going to revitalize the teaching profession in the eyes of the society? One of them was that the teaching profession was a weak profession. How? First of all, the way teachers were being trained wasn't uniform. Secondly, we are having one title teacher for someone who has started for 2 weeks, for 2 months, someone hasn't done any course, provided she was before a class, was to be called a teacher. But now the requirement is, even at university, to stand before a class, those lecturers that didn't go for teaching will be given a pedagogical course in order to teach. Why? Because after they've done things that are contrary to our ethics, they say a teacher. You always hear of lecturers in public universities committing atrocities. Why? Because teaching is a noble profession. In fact, we move in the footsteps of Jesus, whereby we have to follow ethics from day one to the end. But if someone isn't trained, doesn't have a code of conduct, he can live contrary. So that's why the national teacher policy is there. Secondly, teaching was weak. Why? Because it was easy access, easy entry, easy exit. But after you've trained for 4 years, that is from 6, you add on 4, then you add on those other years, it becomes not easy for you to live. Another thing is that we are being given peanuts, but the government is committed to paying a teacher well and the same salary from pure nursery to university. Same salary, provided you have the qualifications. That's what they want. So they are trying, it is under Section 8 to promote a positive image of the teaching profession. It is called teacher symbolism. It says teacher symbolism, it is standard 8 in a national teacher policy. There is a revised one which is a bit compact. They are saying that implication, promotion of a culture of public respect for our teachers. It isn't easy for one to do a 2-week course and you call yourself a lawyer. Can it be possible? You can't, but that was what has been happening. One comes here, attends a call, a 2 days workshop about early childhood. She goes out, starts as, but I'm a teacher. And even those that haven't trained. So that one alone was tarnishing our name because those people could not pick the ethics that are related to the teaching profession. Then give professional autonomy to teachers. Promote quality demand-driven recruitment practices, standard and working environment. Give both local and national recognition of proficient teachers. Madam, Dr. Esther and I were lucky, we were able to see someone who was the best teacher in the world the year 2019 from Kenya. The happiness, the glory, the words, and everything that he got. Why? Because just he was the best teacher in the world. So that is what they are planning for Uganda. Say that teachers are recognized from the school, from the community, from the district, up to other levels, such that one can stand and say, yes, I'm a teacher. The way our VC said that. In no way, someone, when you are a teacher, yes, you move when your head is up. Not like the way our struggling teachers are moving right now. Then, brand and market the teaching profession. It's your duty, mine and the government, to rebrand. Because however much the government goes on, if we don't, we're not going to shine. Then ensure all teachers uphold the professional code of conduct. That is that. Professional code of conduct. When I was carrying the twin, someone said, it's such a salongo. I said, what? Doing a salongo requires you more than what others can. And similarly, if you are a teacher, you are someone very different from the masses. So we have to uphold that. So I think I've answered most of the questions. Someone was asking that currently there is a challenge with the nursery teaching. What has the university done to help these teachers to suit primary teaching without going back for further studies? Can we rebrand the teaching profession through without? It's you and me, not to employ our children to teach in our schools before they qualify. And if we go ahead, we shall be the one who's to blame when things go amiss. I think those are the questions. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Somebody raises a question, salary versus teamwork. I'm summarizing it that way. I'm not reading the entire question. Now, this is a syndrome, and I'm passionate about teachers. In various professions, let me ask you, are there doctors who are poor? Yes. Are there engineers who are poor? Are there teachers who are rich? What do they do best? Have you learned from them? Do you know the school where you are is not just buildings? The school is comprised of you. You are a resource. The children are a resource. The parents are a resource. You have parents of various professions. Others are builders, others are engineers. They are there. They are part of. Do you build teamwork with them and come up with a project that you can do in a collaborative, in a networking way, where teachers, parents, and the children are involved? So teaching is not for, please don't sit there and if you think of a salary all the time, you are going to live in misery. There is more you can do as a teacher in the school environment. A teacher in a community is a community, a teacher is a community leader. You people in your teaching, you study entrepreneurship. Everything you study, can you bring entrepreneurship in school? And think of an activity. Can you turn your salary into a project? The earning you get can do something. I've seen people doing a business where you need a karaya and you need a fish and you fry it and people are eating. And somebody is a mother without a husband but raising 4 children and is managing. Please get out of poverty. Don't look at a salary. The salary should enable you. You can reinvest it and have more money. You can do projects in a school. You can be creative and innovative. Stop depending on salary. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very brief, and these are basically 2 questions in regards to IT. 1, I want to enroll for a master's degree online, and how can I go about it? It's very simple. 1, access the university website. The instructions on how to access or how to move a step-by-step into the application process are readily available. Alternatively, from here, when we are done, we can have a different session and then we can actually take you through on what to do. However, in the afternoon session, part of it will be somehow covered. The second one, in most secondary schools in Uganda, most especially rural areas, learners are not allowed to use phones at school. What is your opinion about this basing on ICT? Is it integration in learning? My first experience was about 45 years ago at Shimonikoa PTC, when I was doing a training about e-learning, and we're looking at PTCs and NTCs. It came up. And one of the responses that I want to put forward is, they said, and I can also say the same, that change is part and parcel of life. We are changing gradually from wherever we were to a new. So the policies are in place and they are being revised to make sure that learners are allowed to come with the phones. After all, when you finish your education, even out in the field, you never go with your textbook or with the notes you had at university level to solve a problem at work. Whenever you have a problem, the first place you go to is Professor Google, right? So why should we limit these people? But of course, much as they will be allowed to come with the phones, of course, they could be locked to specific applications for us to make sure that 1, they use them appropriately. And then 2, the institutions may decide to develop capacity by equipping these learners with these devices that are institutional locked, that whenever they are having them, there's nothing else they can access other than
the allowed content within the institution. And then 3, the institutions can actually also put in place mechanisms to make sure they monitor each and everything that is being accessed within the institution's network. You can bar access to certain information, and you can allow certain information to be accessed at any time. I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm inviting Tom to give us one response to one question, then gives us the prayers so that we have lunch. And after that, I will request the Dean to lead all staff in this house to the line, and then the participants will join in the line next. I would like to thank you for enjoying me as the chairperson of this session, and I thank you very much, Tom.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kavuba Thomas. A question lies there. Somebody who has been on the microphone did not introduce himself. If possible, can we know him? I am Kavuba Thomas. Number 2, what does grade 2 mean? What Professor talked about. At that time, from 1970 to around 1980, the best performers at primary leaving examination were to join, had to join teacher training colleges. The best performers, before even the secondary schools could go in for selection, the best performers go for the teacher training colleges. You go there from P7 with your pass and study 4 years while you are doing secondary education and you are training as a teacher. That grade, you come out after 4 years with a certificate grade 2. Then after that, around 1983, the certificate grade 3, 2 was phased out, and now grade 3 started when a student has completed senior 4. And now those who took grade 2 had to go for grade 3. Are you there? Up to now, after senior 4, students could go for a grade, certificate grade 3. Professor U.S. Kasekende and I are the people who went through certificate grade 2. And as I talk, I am in the similar whatever. Thirdly, today, those teachers of grade 3, what is going to be done? Are they going to be promoted to senior 6? Says the question here. You can't leave a step. The grade 3s are encouraged to come for 2 years to do a diploma. Then after a diploma, you go to a graduate, implying that the policy is by 2027. Today they have to come in for 2 years, then continue other 3 years, which is 3 plus 2 makes what? Can you encourage the teacher, the grade 3 teachers around our schools, please to come and enroll, and we teach them. At the same time, those having diplomas should come back and also do a bachelor's in 3 years. However, Nkumba University, if you have done your diploma from Nkumba University and you continue to the first degree within the same Nkumba, then you are given a credit A credit what? Transfer. And instead of reading a degree in 3 years, now you are going, someone is supposed to read in 2. It means now that is a kind of compensation. In a business, we can call it a discount, and so on and so forth. Allow me that I have answered those questions. Now, I beg that we stand up, we place this meal in the hands of God, and we begin eating it. I thank you. Stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the meal which is before us. Bless it. We eat it for the better glory of God. We have prayed for God and our country. Amen. That Bismillahirrahman, I have represented both Christianity and Islam.
All staff in this house kindly join the dean to the line. All staff, please join the dean on the line, and then the participants will join. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that our certificates are ready, and when we come back from lunch, we shall have a presentation on ICT and teaching, and then we shall have our certificates and the workshop closed by the chairperson council of this university. We thank you for being patient, teachers. We thank you for being patient, directors of studies. We thank you for being patient, head teachers. We thank you for being patient, colleagues in the teaching fraternity. We meet after lunch. Thank you.
As we have lunch, We've had a number of questions coming through from those online, and I'm going to read them. Whoever is in charge will take note of these questions. 1, does Nkumba University have a teacher induction program? If yes, what are the policies? And then 2, says there are many gaps identified in the new curriculum and many stakeholders were ignored while developing the curriculum. How will cross-cutting issues mentioned earlier be integrated in the curriculum without involving the key stakeholders? Probably we'll have someone to respond to that as well. And members online, please keep coming, keep sending in your questions. They are going to be responded to. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we eat, allow me to make this announcement that in our career as teachers, certificates you obtain from workshops are additional papers to your curriculum. I'm informing you that each and everybody who has attended today will have to obtain a certificate. And remember, this certificate has been authenticated by even the media of Uganda. For your information, today we have been having NTV, we have had Mukede, we have had Impact, we have had BBS. So they have taken all of these. And as I speak now, they are even on the Zoom. Kindly, may I remind you that in case of any problem that you want to leave before we have ended, please kindly do not leave your certificate behind. It is great and it's very great in your life. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Joseph, it's not on. She's answering the questions, then after that, invites Joseph.
okay. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to declare that the TET continue to be a working lunch. Right now, I want to request our dean to continue
answering some questions. Then after that, she will okay. If you have any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, after eating, you put them on paper, but meanwhile, let the dean continue answering some questions. Then after that, we shall get another presenter. And I want to rest your mind that by 5 o'clock, if not 4:30, we shall be done. Chakuli, gavudeko. Again.
Unlearn. Yes. I'm doing this while seated. I don't know whether the people at the back is able to hear me. Okay. We have some questions here, physically presented. Help me to clarify what grade 2, grade 3, and other grades for teachers mean. Mr. Kavuba answered. Mr. Kavuba answered grade 2 and what grade 2 means, but we continue to have grade 3 and then 5, then we proceed. He explained all that. But what you need to note is that those who are starting from grade 2 are no longer there. Those who are starting from P7, they are no longer there. We have grade 3, we have grade 5, and bachelors. Then bachelors, we proceed and do masters and even PhDs. Like I said in my presentation, I said learning does not end. You continue to acquire skills at all levels, but that is our line. Grade 2 used to teach primary. Sometimes they now refer to grade 2s as the nursery. And then we have grade 3 are teaching primary. Then grade 5 can be either primary or secondary when they have done their diplomas. Bachelor's degree can be in primary or secondary. Then master's degree now. Master's degree, because it's above that. At Nkumba, we have management and planning. And these are people who are training to be education managers. So we do not restrict. A person who does a master's might have a background of primary or secondary. so long as you have a bachelor's degree. Then after the master's, we go for PhD. I think I'm clear. Yes, you can start from anywhere, but our ladders move like that. From certificate to diploma to bachelor's to master's, then PhD and postdoctoral degrees. That is the one Mr. Tim is attending currently. Another question is, another question was, the one who has been, no, that one was answered. Dean School of Education, how best can the HM of a private school deal with the management of staff with the relationship with a director? I mentioned this and I said that it is majorly rooted from your competence. If you're competent and you are committed, you may not fail to collaborate because you have all the brains and all the skills to handle these people. Having a relationship with a director does not necessarily mean that they are going to violate your what? Your rights and responsibility, and to fail you if anything. Okay? So if you're competent, you will know their weak points. I mentioned something to do with having an agreement with these people. Okay? Where if I set an agreement with you, I set the standards and they are agreed upon by everybody in my team, that at a certain point we are appraising. At the appraisal time, I'm going to call for the agreement I made with you. And then I begin listening to you telling me that I have defaulted from number 1 up to number 9 because I'm someone who's a daughter. Okay? It becomes easy for you to discipline these people because you have set a standard when you signed an agreement with them. When they are employees of the same school, they will all attain appointment letters. If that is the standard you, the administrator on ground, has set, and because you have tried to communicate to them, they are aware that at the end of the term, we are doing some appraisal. So it will not leave them out. And you have also agreed that should anyone score less than 50% or average, then this is the penalty. They will definitely fall in the trap. So you don't need to be worried. Just acquire the necessary skills and knowledge and be able to set the standards that are expected in that private school where you are, and then you'll be able to manage these people. The same applies to the next question where we have people who are older than you, managing them. You just set standards, communicate, and make them agree with what you have put in place. The moment they agree and they are supposed to comply. When they fail to comply, that is when action is taken. I think I'm clear there. You don't need to be worried. Set the standards, but begin with being informed. You'll be able to make an informed decision at the end because you are competent and you are committed. Then something else was, what is the best approach of counseling people above your age who will underlook you sometimes? What do you think would be the best approach? It takes us back. Counseling and every other thing that we are going to do in the organizations where we are leading will all be rooted from your competence and your commitment. age, age cannot be the rating of performance. If someone fails to comply with the agreement set, we may not get into discussing your age. No. If we once sat down as a team and we agreed on certain standards, other modalities can come in if they have an allowance. But if we are to talk about age, then there are problems arising now. Because if we are to equate the age, then we are getting into more problems. Okay? Let's not look at age, and let's not fear the people who are older than us, but let us use the techniques that we set to manage a team and to set up a productive team to help us manage the respective groups. Age is not a spear that is going to, to kill you. You just have to understand these people. If you're competent, you'll have the necessary skills, and you'll definitely deal with them. I just give you an example. Look at myself. Look at Mr. Chiwanuka. Look at Dr. Ngodia. Dr. Ngodia taught me. Mr. Chiwanuka taught me. I taught Dr. Frank, and we are working together. Have you seen us fighting? So it's all about acquiring the necessary skills and knowledge. Once you are knowledgeable, you'll be able to manage. Once you are competent, you'll be able to manage. I hope we've agreed. No more fears for age. No more fears for relationships at work. I mentioned something to do with your ability. Being a good team player, I should live by example. If you have a daughter or a cousin or a relative at any level in the same workplace, if you are the manager and you over-promote the relationship you're having around, you are now the beginning point of all problems. You are an administrator and you are running an affair with one of the female staff. How do you expect the rest to react, even if they are not related to anyone around? Will they respect your agreement? They will not. So let us live by example. Even when we have our own relatives around, let us try to treat all people at the same level. Educate those relatives of yours, and everything will be balanced. Someone asked if we have other master's courses at the School of Science other than the stated ones. Like I said, Nkumba has a lot, but we only call upon you to step in, and then we can specify exactly where you fit to belong. You cannot end the courses in Nkumba. Even the ones which are listed, unless we continue to develop more and more every day. And they are always approved by National Council because we have a strong team to do that work. You have witnessed the doctors, the professors, the experienced teachers around, and other people from other schools have not been here. But every school is well grounded. So we continue to develop these courses. Whoever has the interest to come in can always be catered for. They are not the only ones. We have several of them. We have someone asked if a grade 5 teacher can join distance program for degrees. Yes, and a big yes in capital letters, because after your diploma, you're expected to be serving. Okay, and if you're serving, then you get into the application process to apply to take on a distance learning program. You either apply physically by coming into the registrar's office, or you apply online. You'll still get the feedback. From Luanga Henry, thank you so much, Nkumba University, for opening up the university gates to many people, many teachers and schools who would have taken on courses have been given chance. We have witnessed doctors and professors giving us words of wisdom. We are going to be good ambassadors of Nkumba University out there. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. On behalf of everyone, Luanga Henry has thanked Nkumba University, and we continue to serve. I somewhere said that you are pioneering this type of assembly, but that is after COVID. We've been having these sessions. We've been conducting them. All we need is that we need to be more responsive when we are called upon, and we continue to improve ourselves as the teachers. As we have agreed that we continue learning, unlearning, and then relearning, let us live by our word. I think that's all. Number 2. When should I know that I'm leading a list, not a team? Who can best answer that from the audience, really? It is an interactive session. Someone to tell the person who has asked that. When do you know that you're leading a team? Sorry, a team, not a list. A list is when you have the names. People who are heading government schools, you know that, because they are posted to you, and then you receive them, you have 45 or 47, but not a team. Yes, Mrs. Kakoza. Briefly.
With me, I think this is when you have people who believe in you and others do not believe in you. There you're having a list of those who believe in you, and then the others, they are not part of your team. So it's not a team.
We must have followers. We must have a team. We understood how we are going to construct our team. Let us take those steps. Someone else needs to supplement, but in 1 minute.
I'm Songo Paul Charles from some school in Kakumiro, called St. Joseph's SS in Koko, Dean of Studies there. Knowing when I'm leading a team or I'm leading a list comes in performance. That's first yardstick of measuring this. Are we performing? And when we are performing, are we all responsible for the results, either negative or positive? There is nobody saying that is theirs. Navagamba. When they start saying Navagamba, it means now you are leading a list. They put blames on others. Sometimes when these people come up and you are getting responses from only individuals, yet there is a leadership system. Say, for example, academics. We expect to get reports and responses through the dean's office, through maybe the deputy academics, something like that. Then if it is discipline, also through that department, we get responses and people are responsible for everything done in the school. When they own it, it is a team. When they don't own it, it is a list of members.
Members, thank you so much. There is a question that has come up, especially on the tuition and the issues to do with other courses. My assurance to you is that the tuition from Nkumba University is very fair. And as you are here today, I wouldn't begin mentioning a course and the cost or the tuition attached to it. I would invite you to the office of the academic registrar before you go away, at least pick a brochure, a document that has a list of the courses that we are offering now, together with the attached costs. We cannot hide the costs from you because it's very important for you. And our mode of payment is also very fair. We don't force people to pay tuition all at once. And we also don't encourage you to wait until it's almost examination time, then you begin strangling your neck, looking for the big amount of money. We encourage you, if you cannot pay once, you pay in bits. At least we have about 3 installments, which are very fair, which is very rare for universities. Other universities begin with at least 70%, then the remaining comes in. So for us, we're a bit fair, and that's what it is. So feel free to pass via that office. And the other issues, please, we need to give another presenter to give some more information. Then other questions can be answered as we move on. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible says, many received, but only one went back to say thank you. In a moment of silence, let us thank the Lord for the meal we got. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the good meal you have given us. As we have eaten it, Father, give us the energy and the ability to perform your will. We pray for God and our country. Allow me to invite now a presenter, Mr. Joseph Alwevuze, to give us his input.
Thank you very much, moderator. I have about 3 areas I'm going to discuss. One is online and distance learning, how we do it, and what we should be very, very careful about. The second one is about online applications. We shall be having a video somewhere. And the third bit is the ICT in education. So we'll be discussing these 3 topics concurrently, and my presentation will cover the 3 topics. It's a little bit short. Once again, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Alwevuze. I'm into IT. The discussion for today, and I want to begin with the online teaching and distance learning. At some point, you may either be a student or you may be a teacher or a lecturer. So whatever I'll present will touch both. And if you feel you're touched, it is also acceptable. You can simply stand up and say, thank you. Whenever you prepare to go for an online class, there are a number of things that you must do. You need to prepare yourself. If you're a teacher, you need to prepare, have whatever you need by your side. You may need books, you may need pens. If it's online, you'll need internet, you'll need the gadgets to use. Make sure everything is by your side. And it is always very good that you actually do double check your audio and visual settings. So preparation is both part and parcel of the caller or the organizer and any other person who is attending an online session. So make sure you're not caught off guard. 2, dress code is very important. Regardless of where you are, dressing naked when you're going to meet people online, whether you're a student or a teacher, it's unacceptable. If you look at that, these 2 people, we have one in pajama and the other is dressed a little bit better. The way you would have loved to dress and be in a physical environment, even when you're online, make sure you're dressed the same. It will be very embarrassing to stand up and walk for your students or your learners to see you almost halfway naked. The truth is, the next day, you may never be able to come to class and teach them. Neither will you be able to come to class and attend the class if you're a student. 3, the environment where you train from or where you're going to be when you are on an online class or on distance online class is very important. Simply take a scenario if in this room, we had a lot of clutter behind or in front here. Would you attend on and listen to what we are telling you, or you'd be looking at the clutter? You must have very good lighting into your room. Ensure the room is not noisy. If there are barking dogs or animals, cars moving around, make sure you are in a very good and secure environment. That kind of feel probably is, I don't know if it belongs to any of the people in this room, but if there is one of us who is in that category, it's important that when we get back, we rearrange ourselves. Sometimes we are being asked to speak, and because you are doing it online, some people instead shout. You don't need to shout. The microphone on your device, your phone, your laptop, whatever you're using is so sensitive that even in a whisper, people will be able to hear what you're saying. So if you're given a chance to speak, save your colleagues who are online the hassle of trying to listen to the information as it comes through. As you connect as well, make sure that when you're connecting, you connect in a mute mode. It will be very embarrassing when you're connecting to an online class, either to teach or to study, and then you're having funny noises coming through from your background. I see people smiling and they know what I mean. If you've been asked to speak, as I mentioned, you don't need to shout. Speak at the lowest, your objective, you don't need to make a lot of noise. Then when you're online, we have what we call the cyber harassment law. If you're a teacher and you're teaching your learners online, avoid things like sexual statements towards your students, eating at the same time while you're teaching, flirting, shouting at students, making racist and tribalistic, even sex or racist comments. Please desist. if you're going to share anything, it is very important that you plan and open up whatever you want to share early enough. Internet is so funny that when you put in a website in a web browser, it will do a summary of whatever you already access, and it will give you options to choose from. So who knows that among the options that have been given to choose from, there is one that is 18 and above, and you're teaching children or you're teaching learners of probably 18 and below. So we need to be very, very careful. For extra control during your screen, okay, I have mentioned that. It is always good that you use a lighter version of a presentation software. So small or simple software skills of PowerPoint design, PDF preparations should be at your fingertips. If you are not very sure, please consult someone. Take time and plan your presentation. That is when you'll be able to deliver your teaching. That's when you'll be able to impact your learners. If you are anywhere and you're using your camera, make sure your camera is switched off. I don't know if you gotten access to see this video. It was a South African ambassador here, rather South Sudan's ambassador. I think he was in the US. He went into the toilet at the same time when people were in a meeting. Imagine such kind of an embarrassment that you can actually go through. So if you're going to embrace the online kind of teaching in terms of online and distance learning, please make sure you switch off your camera whenever it is not needed. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself. Remember, whatever is being done here is digitally prepared and digitally recorded. You may not have the chance to erase what has been put up there. It is already in the cloud. People are already accessing it, and they are having fun of whatever happened between you and your meeting. The last one, which is don't forget to log off after the class. I think we remember of a scenario where we had a prime minister who resigned in a certain European country. He thought he was done with the meeting online. He didn't know that the camera was on and the microphone was also on. So a woman went ahead and met her husband, and they had their fun. And everything was being recorded, everything was being transmitted. Imagine if it were you. So always, once you're done with your class, log off, make sure it is properly logged off, and then you can walk away in peace. Thank you very much. Anything you want me to clarify onto that? Or we are good to go? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. As far as the integration of ICT and you try to answer, but there are challenges that we face. That some of us don't have projectors, computers are limited. In the minimal way, how do we help a situation of that kind? To help integrate the teaching normally, the traditional way, and now the modern way.
We always need to strike a balance between the two. There is purely being online, and there's just a mix of both. I would advise that institutions should go for a blended mode. And in a blended mode, there are a number of things you can do. The day is not for mine, but if you were to discuss that in terms of infrastructure setup, we should have a scenario where institutions should be able to put up a platform for their learners. That is one. Two, in putting up this platform, institutions should be able to liaise with the telecom companies, because data is a challenge to most institutions. They should be able to liaise with telecom companies or service providers to see how best they can subsidize costs. Where possible, they should actually advocate for a zero cost or a zero cost onto accessing all e-learning content. What we did at Nkumba, one, we set up an e-learning system. Two, we liaised with MTN and were given a zero cost to access the e-learning environment. So teachers, or lecturers, and students would access the same system even up to now at zero cost. And then three, design a system that offers an offline mode, whereby if people are not able to access information online, They should be able to access the information, go wherever they are. Whenever they get time to get internet, then they can simply sync and update their content. And then probably 3 or 5, where possible, institutions can embark on equipping their learners and their staff members with the devices, probably on a loan basis. If not, the device should also be locked and customized to institutions, that you only access the institution's information. Beyond that, once they are done paying for those devices, then you can open them up for other activities. Probably that can actually help. Thank you. I want to move on. Now, when you look at ICT in education, there are a number of things that you're going to discuss. I want to begin with a quote that says that the critical success factor in a successful and effective teaching and learning is the skill of the teacher, that is you and me, in creating environments that combine learner support, on and offline activities and resources and ideas to stimulate peer-to-peer collaboration and communication. We attribute this to that gentleman, Gershon and Palmieri. So we want to start with that. And we're saying that what do we have in a physical environment? Usually in our classroom environment, we have classes, integration environment that are limited in size and space, and they are synchronous. In terms of ICT, if you are to go to ICT and include ICT, the issue of having a physical limited size is unlimited into when we integrate ICT. And then 2, we can learn ubiquitously, that is everywhere at any time, at any moment in time. When you look at the content, usually in a traditional environment, we majorly look at PowerPoint or transparency kind of mode. We also use textbooks and library. We use video and we also use collaborations. Whenever we move to the online bit and we are using ICT, now we intend to use simulation. If you discover one of the videos that we're running was a teacher from School of Industrial and Fine Art who was actually teaching in a class. It's a short video that we showed you. You can set up something like that and let your learners go through and you provide them with collaborative material. That's an example of multimedia and simulation. There is always what we refer to as a digital library. Libraries, much of the times, remember, these learners are not with you. Wherever they are, they should be able to access this content at any time. So you must be able to provide, ICT includes the e-library. It is always on demand, and synchronous, that is synchronous and asynchronous communication can actually happen when we are using ICT. What do we mean by synchronous and asynchronous? We mean that you can have a live class that is happening as we are doing right now, but at the same time, a recording can be taken of that same class, and students can actually access that recording and use it at any one moment in time of their choice. So you're letting them learn every now and then continuously, and they are being in control of their learning. Remember, we are looking at learner-centered approach. In terms of personalization, we look at a traditional class, it's about one learning path, and when you go use integrate ICT, you're going to end up having learning path and pace determined by the learner because you have provided this to them and they are learning at their own pace. But remember, as a teacher, you're doing the oversight role to make sure that whatever they are going through, you are assessing and you are giving them activities for them to participate and deepen their learning. We must understand that when we use ICT in education, the delivery modes actually change. In a traditional environment or in a block or ivory, we are looking at ivory towers. All institutions look for ivory towers. That is increasing tuition fee, lack of facilities, and so on. But whenever we say we are integrating ICT, we are opening up more opportunities. We are saying we are having more virtual institutions are coming on board. Cost-effective solutions like e-learning, virtual learning, blended mode of learning are also coming into existence. These are helping us to make sure that we expand our learning environment and experience to be able to meet the learners' needs of the 21st century. You also agree with me that if you're using ICT and these models are to change, when we don't have ICT, we are more into an industrial age kind of learning model. And for us to include ICT, then we are moving towards the digital age learning model. If I'm not mistaken, actually, anyone in this room who is 40 years and above is a digital migrant, myself inclusive. Then anyone below 40 years is a digital native. So we have learners that we are teaching who are digital natives, who are using these devices from the day they are born to when they start attending class. They know how to use these machines. And for us, we are simply want to be there to make sure that we meet their needs. So for us to be able to meet their needs, we must learn and adapt very fast. So how people learn in a digital environment will be determined by the ICT integration. How institutions teach, the same thing will apply, but also other questions may come in, like how do we need new learning models? Are institutions ready for e-learning or ICT integration? Is it costly or something? Close to what he was actually asking. So still with the e-learning, we discover, rather with the ICT integration, we discover that the classroom has actually flipped. We have had an inversion from what we originally had as a physical classroom, where people had to sit in class, to people sitting everywhere, because the classroom has been actually flipped. You sit anywhere at any one place and you're able to learn. And you're picking everything that would have picked in a physical environment. So that is how ICTs are helping us. And if we integrate them into our learning, or our teaching and learning, it will be very good to help us learn. In the 21st century, people want to learn from wherever they are. Whenever you go to any restaurant, if I have not mistaken, the first thing you ask for is a Wi-Fi password. Not so? Why? Because we are in the era that we call BYOD, bring your own device. You want to work with your own device, BYOD. Okay? There are challenges, of course, but that is what we feel because it makes life simpler and easier to work with. So, and that is the type of learners that we're engaging out there. So as we engage them, as we plan to engage them, we must learn and we must know that ICT should be part and parcel of our teaching. There is another quote. It says, learning, it's not a quote, but says, learning is changing. And you will see new models, new technologies and designs emerge. And what I wanted us to look at now is for us to find a wider definition of what learning is all about. One, learning is all about engagement. Integrating ICT will help us engage our learners to make sure that they get the best out of whatever they need. Two, it is to help us, how do you pronounce that word?
Enthuse.
What does it mean? Any other person? No, it's like interesting. We want to interest them. Oh, yes.
To motivate.
Thank you. It's to motivate. We must make sure that we motivate these learners to make sure that they enjoy whatever they are doing using ICT integration, because this is what they know and that's what they have been using all along. We should be able to integrate ICT to help us have these learners be able to exchange ideas. By doing peer-to-peer kind of review whenever they are discussing the discussion forums and chats, you're letting them exchange ideas and you're impacting their learning experience. They will never forget what they discussed by themselves. What you give them, they may forget, but what they construct by themselves, they may never be able to forget. Enrich should be enriching at the same time. It is to help us have an enriching curriculum that we deliver to these learners. It should be able to help us to enhance. Where you cannot reach, the internet will be there. So you're enhancing your capability to make sure that you reach where you will not have been able to go. And we are doing this by use of ICT. it should be able to extend a physical environment to a virtual environment. Those who are physically in a class would be able to gain whatever they need to gain. But even those who are unable to come and join physically should be able to get the same information. As we are right now, there are those who are already on Zoom. Since morning, they're actually there. Through, they're asking questions, and their questions are about integrating ICT into our learning environments to make sure that we can extend our physical classrooms. We empower. You will agree with me that if we asked many of you to speak in this very room, some of you may not speak. Why? Maybe, how do you call it? Some of us are shy. Some of us cannot express ourselves in a public, but given a phone and check whatever we type on our WhatsApps and so on, you will feel, So the same integration of ICT is helping us to empower our learners, that those who are unable to express themselves physically can actually be able to type and engage into the same kind of discussions. Because remember, learning must be inclusive. It should not be segregative. So you want to make sure that all your learners are inclusively catered for within your learning environment. Then it embeds the traditional classroom and the modern classroom together to have a blended mode of learning. And then lastly, basically that is that. And lastly, it should be entertaining. Any class that is not entertaining, believe me, people will doze off. People will doze off. And if you ever teach a class and you see people dozing off, then you know there is something that is not right within that same lecture or class or lesson you're delivering. Going forward, ladies and gentlemen, people are scared to change. And we have a quote that says the biggest obstacle to school change is getting stuck in our memories. We don't want to change. We've been singing the learning and relearning and unlearn and relearning. Learning is a process. It never ends, probably until you die. But as long as you're still alive, E.S. Wanuka did mention that he's still active until God says, please come back. That's when he will stop being a teacher. So learning is a continuous process, and you have to make sure that we embrace this kind of, so we shouldn't get stuck in those memories. So for us in this changing era, there are a few things that we need to do when we're integrating ICT. So teaching for the 21st century requires less time in looking in a rear view mirror. The Vice Chancellor did mention this, that some of us always want to teach whenever we're just looking back. We need to always be able to look forward and make sure that we embrace the new technologies as they come on board. But having the vision of the road ahead of you is very, very important. Traditionally, we've been having moderately, classes have been conducted behind closed doors. Nowadays, as long as you're integrating ICT, we are opening up. There is a session we carried out during COVID, and it's an environmental class that was being taught. And one student is a married woman. This is what she told me, that now my husband is a changed man. Whenever my lecturer would come to teach, he would come and sit next to me. Remember, we mentioned of the audience that has changed. So you don't know what statements you're making in the audience. Said, my husband used to sit next to me because he wanted to see what do we do and how do we do it online. But at the end of the class, he realized that he has to cater for the environment. So every day, he wakes up in the morning, cleans the compound, and he picks all bottles out of the compound, because he says he must be environmental careful, environmental, So those are the kind of people that we are teaching. And we are saying that the environment has totally changed from having a closed door, but you're opening up. So as you open up, you must embrace that and know that the audience has changed, and you must cater for that audience as well. It requires to have a paradigm shift in teaching. Why? Because our learners, they know their rights now. They know they have to learn. This business of saying it is me to understand for you, it's gone. So they know what they need, and they demand for effective teaching. Students know their rights. They want to participate actively into the teaching. They simply don't want you to engage them anyhow. Some of them will actually tell you, do you know what you're telling us or you don't know? They'll already report and say, academic registrar, it seems teacher XYZ doesn't know what he's teaching. We wonder if he's a qualified lecturer, a qualified teacher. To avoid such statements coming through from your learners, you need to be abreast with. Then on the other side, we also have technology that has come in to stay. It will not go. I was attending the 3rd annual National Council of Education webinar, which ended yesterday. And one of the things they said was that going forward, they should make sure that ICT is inclusive and e-learning is part and parcel of institutions and institutions infrastructure. That tells you that where we are going, things are changing. Classes are becoming innovative, okay? And as teachers, we must also be able to innovate and have better environments. So to change the first such, we must be the change you want to see the world to be. And that is according to Mahatma Gandhi. Another Alvin Toffler says the greatest skill in the next century will be the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, which is today's theme. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, so for us to fit in our roles as teachers, okay, we will have to get interested in a reform. And for us to get interested in this reform, we have to work very hard to maintain at least one set of books by asking what is that I believe constitutes a good education for my students. You need to ask yourself certain questions. What do I need to give my learners? And how do I use ICT to help me achieve this? Teachers need to know their subject. If you don't know the content of your subject, ladies and gentlemen, I think time is up that you scale up your game. You need to know what you're going to teach your learners. Remember, you're giving them, you are using ICT and they are getting this content early enough before you get there. The issue is, do not read to them what you have given them. No, they have the eyes to read. Why do you read? You must know your content of head that you're going to simply discuss for them. And when you're discussing for them, the time you're supposed to have spent with them will actually be reduced. By the same time, you'll have had an impact on them. But you give them now more activities to engage them, discussion forums, chat sessions, assignments, courseworks, to make sure that they are part of what you need to have. If you're getting online, if you look at that, it's a video, short video, okay? ICT is going to expose us to a number of things, and we have to be very, very careful. I don't know if it will play.
Daddy! Can you hear us? Daddy! Oh no! Oh, Jen, call him. Oh my gosh! Well, thanks a couple pictures of that. Oh. Oh boy. What's up? Johnny, I can see you. We can all see you.
So imagine you are that teacher. Yeah? Remember what we mentioned earlier on? So imagine you're him. What is going to happen? Some are taking pictures of you. They are going to make fun of you. That's how we came across that video as well. We are not there. You know, we have to be very careful as we integrate ICT into our line. Remember, we are going digital. So ICT is actually a reality. In education is a reality. It's not a new pedagogical construct that we are looking at. It's been there for ages. We're simply transforming what we've been having in a traditional environment into the E-bit. It enables us to have courses that will be more courses to be developed. Why? Because according to the courses, we are going to look at courses, we are going to look at subjects based on learners' needs. But at the same time, our digital learners are very much aware of what they want. So as lecturers, as instructors, as teachers, we have to be aware that our learners have not changed, but you are just introducing them to a new learning method. And it is also very good that we maintain consistency in what we do. As we maintain this consistency, we look at the methods that we need to use when we are maintaining this consistency. There are around 3 methods. There's transmission, transaction, and transformation. What do you want to do? Do you want to transform your students? Do you want them to be transactional in terms of the way you deliver the content to them? Or you want it to be transmission? Now, in a transmission approach, if you're using ICT, mainly you predetermine whatever you're going to give your learners. And in terms of ICT integration, you must be able to provide the course materials and content distribution. You should be able to communicate. You as a teacher, or you should be able to have directed discussions with your students. And also structured gateway to additional online materials should be given. At the end of the day, you're being a transmitter. That is your role as a transmitter. The next one is transaction, and your role will be a facilitator. Do you want to be a facilitator or a transmitter? So the role you take on and the role you want to be will determine even the output of the learners that you're instructing. The third one is an advisor. We have a facilitator, an advisor, and transmitter. Of the 3, who is a better one? The choice is yours. It's not for me to make. You need to look at your environment, where you're coming from, and then look for a best ICT integration you can actually embrace to make sure that you have a better learning experience for your learners. We need to know that we have to have a learner-centered approach in whatever we are doing. So a paradigm shift in learning, we are having from one to many, okay? It's more one to many and then one to, so learner-centered, it focuses on the student and encourages personalized learning and effective learning processes. And there are theories that we can actually put to underpin that. So we have the constructivism theory that says learning is a process of knowledge construction in a situated social context, okay? Then, this is a reminder for us that as teachers, or as teachers, our major role is to make sure, one, that we use the available technology to make sure we deliver the best learning experience to our learners. 2, we should be able to encourage collaborative learning within our institutions whenever we come from. 3, we should be able to lay a foundation for a lifelong learning. If what you're giving your learners is just basically, at the surface, then you're doing them a disservice. We must incorporate the old and new together to make sure that we get the best. For me to move forward, I need to know where I come from. The 2 must move hand in hand. And then we should be able to provide a real-time feedback to our learners. If we're able to do all of that as teachers, then we'll have fulfilled our obligation and we'll be able to transform our society. Now, for those who want to apply online, this is for you. There are a number of steps that we have put together. If you're joining in Kumba, you simply need to watch and get to know what you need to do. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, another hand clap. Yeah, somebody has learned today that instead of now clapping and chasing away the those who cannot talk or the deaf, he has learned that you clap that way. And you should clap with the two hands. All of you clap with the two hands. And you should know the difference. This kind of clap is flowers for the primary, but that one of the deaf is up. That is your clap, sir. All of these are deaf people now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I look at your faces, the faces are communicating the traffic jam, not so? Yes? And the others are saying that in education, whenever you are teaching and there is something like a stimulus or a stimuli, then the more you talk, the more the heads are not working. We are coming to the beginning of the end of our session. Allow me invite our dean to invite the academic registrar to address us. And thereafter, we shall only be doing something small, and whoever gets it goes away. Madam Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Kavuwa. And thank you, members, for being up to now. We are getting to the end. We have another teacher with us. I said when I say the word, it has it all. A parent, a professor, everything. He's Professor Andrew Peter Ziga, who is our academic registrar. I welcome you, Professor, to speak to the teachers here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll be quick, and I'm just winding up. Would you like to stand a bit? Stretch a bit, stretch a bit. And you can sit now. Now, I'm sorry that Mr. Chiwanuka left earlier. When I was in S2, he was my English teacher. In S2, before most of you were born, he was my English teacher. And his son who picked him from there, when I came in, I taught his son in Makerere. So you can see the journey. Now, the person talking to you is the academic registrar of Nkumba University, the present one. I started my journey like most of you. I did primary, secondary. If I did not go to an actual school, I remained at home and I studied at home. I only sat my exams in one senior secondary school and I passed it. So you can clap for me. By then it was so competitive to get to Makerere. So I did not make it to Makerere, and I confess I did not. So I took Chambogo, NTC. It was the only NTC in the country by then. I did my 2 years. And after 2 years,
Instead of going to teach in secondary school where I was trained to teach, I was asked, can Uganda head a primary school? Which I headed ably and very successfully within 4 years. And it was a boarding school. So I learned from those who were teaching there to teach in primary school. And the DO was funny. He said, you are overqualified for that level, but I will pay you like the primary teacher, primary headmaster. And I accepted. So you are welcome to Nkumba University. Now, after my 4 years of service, I got a chance of getting out of the country. I had what we call a brain awakening. Within the shortest time outside, I got my bachelor's, one master's, second master's, and I was embarking on a PhD and they told me, come back. I came back. When I came back, I became a secondary school headmaster, a tertiary principal, after which I joined Makerere University to teach, where I remained for 20 years, non-stop. So that's my journey. But when I was in Makerere, I embarked on a PhD, which I did and completed within 4 years. I finished in 3 years. They were looking for examiners in 1 year to be examined. So you are welcome to Nkumba University. Now, I normally make a joke. Normally, I don't apply for a vacancy to work somewhere. People come to me and they just say, can you come and work with us? Is that not another clap? And you can gain that subject to design your activities. Now I get to the actual thing. Nkumba University is a chartered university. It's not a project. We are not licensed, but we are chartered. We operate like any other government university. And in 2019, we celebrated 25 years of existence, Silver Jubilee, which we celebrated here. Now, as an academic registrar, my duty is to admit you, those who would like to be admitted. I make sure that you are taught properly using accredited programs by National Council and being taught by qualified lecturers. Most of those who have talked to you here are doctors. And among those who taught you, some of them would also have quoted me as their mentor or their teacher. But I missed that. I was online. I said, why do I go to cloud with the others when I can attend from my desk? Now, when you make a lesson plan, there is one aspect where you talk about objectives. Now, of late, we talk of objectives with relevance. Objective with relevance. Now, the country, I know when you enter into a course and the lecturer or the teacher does not articulate proper what you are likely to get at the end or what you will become at the end, students get out of the class and walk away. So objective and relevancy. That one is crucial. So when you apply to come here, make sure you demand for a course outline whereby objectives are spelled out and the learning outcomes are also spelled out. I've added the word relevancy. What you should study should be interesting to you, should be rewarding to you. Now, still as an academic registrar, make sure that your results are computed together, they are debated by Senate, and they are kept properly until you graduate. And after your duration of 2 years or 3 years, I make sure that you are passed out. In other words, you graduate. And I'm sure most of you are going to embark on some of our programs. Since you are already here, I count on you. Now, to count on you, make sure that you register with us within the first 2 weeks. You show your interest by dropping in something in form of payment to become
a registered student from Kumba University. Here you are lucky, we had 6 schools, but of late we have the 7th school, which I will mention first. It's the School of Computing and Informatics. It has just been approved. Can you clap, please? And that's where I was supposed to go. We have the School of Education, which has hosted you since morning, and I've been attending from my office down there. We have School of Social Science. We have School of Sciences, which also house the Institute of Nursing and the Midwifery. Not midwifery, midwifery. Mark my word. We have SBA, School of Business Administration, and it's the biggest school. We have School of Law, which also houses Institute of Criminal Justice. And we are the only university, if I'm not mistaken, in East Africa that has that Institute of Criminal Justice. We have School of Commercial. It's the only school of commercial in the country, industrial and fine art. And again, the last one, which I've mentioned, School of Computing and Informatics. We also have Directorate of Postgraduate Studies and Research. We are doing very well, and we are churning out PhDs from Kumba University. So those of you who will embark on masters, and if you already have masters, think of the next level. Learning is a lifelong process. Lifelong learning is the way to go. So the postgraduate controls the masters, PhDs, and the postgraduate levels. Now, School of Education is so strong to have at least 1 PhD in education. They have masters, which has churned out inspector of schools, DEOs in the entire country. We started early with that program, and it has churned out people who are helpful. And even those who train in the police force, most of them have been trained by us here. We have postgraduate diploma, again, the same area, management and planning. We have postgraduate diploma in education. We have Bachelor of Arts with education, secondary, Bachelor of Arts, education, primary, and the last one, Bachelor of Science with education. But I would like to mark this. The science part is with mathematics, ICT, and the related subject which can tally well with sciences. So we are not yet there with biology, chemistry, and physics. It's better to tell you what we have and what we don't have at the moment. We have 3 study sessions. We have the day, the most popular, weekend, second, and the distance is peaking momentum. And with ICT, IC, Nue, Odell, we are going that direction very well. We have tuition payment policy. Someone has already mentioned that one. I was listening when I was seated down there. So if you have the whole amount when you have applied, you pay it all upfront. And the true semester system, you should pay at the beginning of the semester so that materials, instructional materials are in place, environment is prepared for you, and everything is prepared for you in the true semester system. But we are aware of Ugandan system. So we allow those who can pay 40% first month, 40% second month, and again, you pay the last 20% before you sit for exams. And you have a zero balance policy before you can sit for your exams. Application for August 2021 intake are on. You can apply now online. You can apply now up to end of July for August. And encourage a friend, those who have not attended and those who are attending on a Zoom, encourage a friend to join us because here it works. You have people who care. You have people who care. Visit our website continuously and please embrace ICT. Embrace, it's the way to go, and embrace technology. And that's why I'm holding this, grabbing the top, and I'm able to read. I'm trying to embrace. If I tell you what I did yesterday, this story is true. I had a bicycle 20 years ago, which I used to ride. And I put it aside. After 20 years, all those 20 years, I was not riding a bicycle. The man got chifuba. When it came to COVID, I could not drive. I said, I have to move. So I went to buy a bicycle, but the one I could find was the sports one. When I went on top of it, down 3 times, 4 times, and I have some scars. But eventually, I was able to ride it 5 miles, 6 miles from home and back home. Now, yesterday, I had already put it aside because we were allowed to drive. Yesterday, last evening after supper, I said, I better get back to the bicycle. I went in the playground, I did several rounds, and now I'm confident about it. So don't give up, please. Don't give up. Embark on the system and see the thing move to its completion. ICT is the way to go. You cannot do without it. It's the way to go. We have to embed it in our learning. And I've been going through the newspaper this week. They are all talking about integration, interdisciplinary. You heard the US this morning, interdisciplinary, move from one discipline to another in order to keep afloat. And again, they have said what is said at the school should not be only facts. Learn how to think. Learn how to think. And to go beyond that one, learn how to think outside the box. Use what works and move on. So I owe you. Can you clap for me? It should be the VC. Okay. Okay. So I'm given this occasion to invite our beloved Vice Chancellor to invite an important person among us.
The Chairperson, University Council, Dr. Dalton Segawa, all Nkumba staff present, you can stand up for recognition. Those of you who are still remaining up to now, I know there were 7, over 10. Thank you for being here until this time. All participants attending, I can see now some spaces, some of them have left, I know. This evening, we have amidst us, Dr. Dalton Segawa, who is the chairperson of Nkumba University Council. He has the responsibility of steering this great university. And today he accepted to come and do the honors of awarding you that certificate that you are going to do today. And also say a few words to you. I know he's a teacher like you. So he's going to be talking to his own. So at this point, I already said my words, so I don't want to give another presentation here. I would want to humbly welcome Dr. Dalton Segawa to come and address you. And thereafter, he will hand over the certificates. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor, Kumba University, members of management and staff, alumni members here with us, all participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to have been requested to participate at this function as we close this workshop. And I want to express that today is indeed a special day for Nkumba University. Launching a series of engagement activities that will be provided by the different schools of this university. I'm happy that amidst the current COVID-19 pandemic, we are able to meet and receive knowledge from this mighty institution. To those who are participating remotely and virtually using technology, we value your resilience to make sure that you attend the training. Therefore, I would like to welcome you all to Nkumba University and thank you for being here today to receive this free and important training. If I proceed, I want to share with you my experience. 25 years back, one old wise man shared with me a statement that I've revered ever since. He told me that if you want to remain where you are, keep running forward. It didn't carry much meaning, but I've since then discovered a lot of significance. If you want to remain where you are, keep running. The world is moving at such a pace that today's qualifications might not carry as much weight tomorrow. I was just joining Makerere University when our great president, Idi Amin Dada, expelled the Indians from Uganda. That was 1972. I guess many of you were still young. And so at that moment, at that time, I was teaching in about 4 or 5 schools. You know, moonlighting hasn't started yesterday. I was a teacher at Ruwelo Secondary School. I was teaching katika MSDA. I was teaching Old Kampala, and then I was coaching. We used to call them Mafuta Minji, those guys who benefited from the Indian properties when they left. By then I was a star. But lo and behold, today, if you are just a university student, you might not attract so much attention with so much employment. And so over the time, of course, I stepped out of the country for some years, but I've realized that with the time, it has been very important to keep studying. It was 1991 when I had to go back to Makerere for my postgraduate diploma in education. And I felt great then. Then came 96. I was advised to go back for a master's in educational management. Later on, when I had some challenges, you know, I used to, it's good, you are all healthy, but I used to be very fat. So in 2002, while visiting in the US, they discovered that I had blockages around my heart. So I had to undergo open heart surgery. I have 4 bypasses. I used to be very huge. But then when I came back, I realized that I was not very efficient at work. So I wondered, what should I do to make meaning out of my life? I had just been appointed to the National Council of Higher Education. And you know, at that level, there were about 3 of us who were neither doctors nor professors. And I was an odd man out. I wasn't fitting comfortably amongst my friends. So I decided to go back at Makerere and do further studies. And by then we were charting out the regulations, the standards to control the universities which was sprouting up. So I discovered that we didn't actually understand what we mean by quality university education or higher education. So I decided to go back and specialize in that. And so when I came out, it put me at a different level in the market. The point I'm making is this: if you want to remain where you are, keep forward. You know these escalators which push you in a direction, you stand on it and it pulls you. So if you want to remain at a particular fixed point, you need to keep moving in a direction opposite to its movement. That's the way you can keep at that point. And the world today is pulling us at a pace that is difficult to appreciate. Because if you don't run and you only walk, you'll be overtaken by events. The workshop that was organized as a community engagement activity for the School of Education, in short, SEDU, and has been one-day event with the theme, Learn, Unlearn, Relearn in the 21st century. Nkumba University, as one of the institutions that nurtures teachers, it was inevitable to organize such an activity that gives back to the community by empowering its stakeholders. It is in this spirit that SEDU decided to empower teachers from both secondary and primary schools in the areas of the traditional teacher, education leadership, and the systematic change, teaching and learning in the new era, revisiting school, community partnership for effective winning, Nkumba University and the new teacher policy. These topics were selected carefully in order to impact participating teachers so that they can unlearn and relearn after today. Now I want to address the secondary school teachers, if there be any amongst us. I was looking at the new curriculum. I happen to run some schools around, and we were in a meeting where I was rushed to connect here. And we were analyzing what teachers do we still need, because the curriculum has put out a number of us. You will appreciate that lessons like we used to have chemistry, biology. As for me, I'm a chemist. We now need only 3 lessons, I think, per week. We'll analyze the curriculum. Subjects like fine art, we now have to take on electives, and you choose 1 or 2. And for our school, because we have plenty of land, we opted for agriculture. But because students need to be on board when it comes to IT, we are also offering computer studies.
And many of the teachers are being laid off. It is sad to see a person you have worked with for 10, 15 years to tell the fellow that there is no more employment. It's not easy unless you are inhuman. And so I want to imbue, to appeal, to request each one of you to rethink your plan ahead. What's your future? Might it require you to get back to school? You know, age is just a number. I was, I think, 48, 50 when I went back for my PhD. And my lecturers never realized that I had some little bit of property. So I remember one day, Professor Amin from Cameroon, who was my supervisor, visited me at my school. Then he asked me, why did you come back to school with all this? Then I told him, but education supersedes property by far. You are making no mistake by being here. Every time you acquire additional knowledge, it makes you a better survivor in this era of survival for the fittest. It's a, you know, your eyes are opened wider to appreciate your environment and how best you can survive. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the skills you have received today will make you better teachers for tomorrow, from tomorrow. They require you to unlearn and then learn something new for tomorrow. I encourage you to embrace the skills given to you today by Nkumba University. Today you become Nkumba University alumni after having gone through this one-day training. Please hold the flag high and become change agents wherever you go. Encourage students to enroll to Nkumba University in the spirit of supporting this mighty university that has given back to you. I normally tell my students this Mark Twain statement. If you seek learning, forsake ease. And if you seek ease, forsake learning. For how can a diligent student be at ease? And how can a student at ease enjoy learning? Does it carry any meaning? I said, if you seek learning, forsake ease. You know, having it easy? Come on, have it easy. If you seek learning, forsake ease. And if you seek ease, forsake learning. For how can a diligent student be at ease? Sure, if you're diligent at study, you never can be at ease. You always seek knowledge. You will seek learning. You will seek to advance. Every time I'm on plane, I must have a book with me. When I'm connecting to another plane, I make sure I go to the bookshop, pick a book for remembrance of that trip, because I'm ever learning. Education is a process of discovering our ignorance. The more we study, the more we realize how ignorant we really are. Thank you for coming and attending in person this training. I know over 200 participants were invited, but only you managed to make it today. I wish you all the best in your teaching careers and look forward to seeing you again at Nkumba University as a student or a change agent. May God bless you. I owe you.
Dr. Dalton Segawa, thank you so much for those remarks. And I'm sure each one of these participants are taking home some very good advice. If you want to be at ease, complete that. So at this point in time, I know there are so many certificates to give out, but we shall just do, we'll hand over just a few, and then you will allow him to go back and do some important activities, and then the rest will be read to you out, and you receive them at ease. So thank you so much. And when we call up your names for a few, you come and then you receive the certificates, and then we take it on from there. I have Kiza Koni. Is she still around? There is Nkwasibwe Onesimus. And then also Paul Andude can come over if you are around. If you're not around, then we can get Aiko Lucy. Okwang David Omara. And then Matov JB. Is Matov JB here? Okay, I'll get somebody else. Bakomereza Ann Kakoza. Okay. Would want to request that the rest are going to be handed over to you by the delegation. So I would want to request Dr. Dalton Segawa to declare this one-day workshop closed.
I have the honor and pleasure to declare this one-day workshop of Nkumba University to the teachers closed. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the workshop is declared closed, let's stand up to have a closing prayer, and we put everything in the hands of God. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for what you have given us today. Thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for the gift of this institution, great institution, Nkumba University. And we thank you for everything that has expired today. We put our lives and all our works in your hands. Almighty Father, lead us in whatever we do. Guide us as we go home for the greater glory of this institution and for the greater glory of your name, for God and our country. Thank you. Now, appointment letters for being agents of Nkumba are ready. Your certificates are going to be read by by Joseph, Mr. Revuze. You pick it. Kindly, after picking it, we want to thank you so much for this wonderful. The question is, all the questions are, one, what have you learned today? Secondly, are you ready to leave the running forward? Thirdly, what message are you taking to the others? In literature, we call it impact. Can you go and impact this message to others? May God bless you, and I have been Kavuba Thomas.
Thank you very much. Matovu JB. Paul Adude. Kanshenyi Stephen. Odoi Niemo. Okay. Kamlegia Rogers. Rodrio Catherine. Mutaganda Musa. Bukenya Yasin. Musa. Yasin. Chweru Daniel. Simon Peter. Okay. Wati Tom. Sebuliba Henry. Wamala Lawrence. Anzinya Benjamin. Benjamin. Cheptengei. Lilian Kauka. Lilian Kauka. Mukuya Lilian. Sempira R. Setuba Robert. Lubega Sara Kabonesa. Omoit John. Omoit John Robert. You're welcome. Chibuka Peter. Nkinzi Stella. Stella Nkinzi. Muhumuza Julius. And then Muzinda Karim. Julius. Muzinda Karim. Moses Mutebi. Otim John William. Otim John William. Josephine Sirimuzayo. Kamia Ronald. Bakuru Mpaji Joshua. Kamia.
Members, the envelopes are just at the entrance there, please. As you move out.
Bakuru Mpaji Joshua. Sebunya Wilba. Sebunya Wilba. Sebuyongo Wilba. Paul Adude. Otim John William. Chibuka Peter. Mukuya Lilian. Lilian Kauka. Rodrio Catherine.
Members, please. We have our appointment letters. We have our appointment letters. Please don't put them behind.
Mr. Collins is coordinating with the appointment letters, those who are being appointed as agents. Collins Nwagaba. He should be at the registration desk. That's why he's seated. Your name?
How many are missing? Do you have anyone who has missed a month?
No, just put them in here. Let me check. Just navigating them. When I get in, more.